Good morning. I would like to call the Municipal District of Taber, June 16th, 2026 Committee of the Whole to order. We do have an agenda in front of us. We have a request to add a closed session, which would follow new and other business. The rationale behind it being enclosed is third-party interests, and it's regarding the irrigation project.
I can accept the agenda with the addition.
Thank you. Any questions? Those in favor? That's carried. Declaration of conflict, pecuniary and/or conflict of interest. Seeing none, we'll move on to the confirmation of minutes. There has been a couple of updates that you can see in shared notes. And they were just spelling things, and so there was nothing of consequence. So if anyone would like to make the update or accept the minutes for April 21st Committee of the Whole.
I can move the acceptance of the minutes for June 21st.
April
Or
21st.
April 21st minutes, yeah.
Yes. Okay, any further questions or corrections? Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you for those who have a keen eye on those things. Okay, we have no scheduled delegations, and we're going to move right into the lands planning and development. We have our whole team here, and we'll give them a minute to get situated, and then we'll be going through. And I'll turn it over to Arliss to introduce the subject.
Thank you, Remy and Aga. So this particular item on the agenda is a follow-up with respect to a previous council resolution. In 2025, council passed a new land use bylaw, or an updated land use bylaw, let's call it that. And there was a resolution to review it after the initial year, just to evaluate how things were going with respect to some of the changes that were made from old to the new version. So it has gone through MPC for discussion and feedback as well, and it's coming to committee of the whole, as not all members are on MPC. And so we have our planning team here to essentially present the memo and update perspectives. So I will pass it to them.
Morning, everyone. As indicated, we're here for the one-year land use bylaw review. So it has been a little over a year since the MD adopted the new land use bylaw. And, excuse me. And so administration has gone through and identified some items for discussion. And then additionally too, just an update on some of the things that we think are working quite fine.
Before you continue, the development team has handed out the memo just because it's quite extensive. So if you want to follow along, we do have a hard copy.
So back in March, council passed a resolution that the land use bylaw be reviewed at the one-year mark. And so there are a number of items that council wanted to give particular attention to, which are listed in your memo. Maybe what I'll do is I'll just touch on the ones that aren't included as discussion items because they're actually working quite fine. Or in some cases, we haven't had any examples of people coming forward to use it. So we don't really know how well or not well it's working. Firstly, dealing with administrative changes with the development officer having approval of permitted use development applications. This has been working quite well. The development officer has been in receipt of several permitted use applications, and those have been processed without issue. The development officer also presents to the MPC a report of all of those permitted use applications for information at every MPC meeting. And so MPC is aware of how that process is working. And then it's my understanding too that a report does come to council. I can't confirm how that's working or not, but from our perspective, from administration, there's no issues or concerns with that. One of the newer things for the land use bylaw was the adoption of the group country mixed use district. And that was in response to people who wanted something a little different than group country, which is more of the estate style living. And so group country mixed use allows for a residential use plus the possibility for something that's more intense beyond a home occupation. So let's say you wanted to do potentially a bit of some vehicle repair or park your semi-truck on your property, that zoning designation could potentially allow that. So to date, we've only had one individual who's gone through the process and have had the area structure plan adopted for the group country mixed use. That subdivision is now just in the preliminary stages, and MPC should be seeing that soon. But we have met with several applicants who are very interested in moving forward with this. And so I think this is going to be something that we're going to see more regularly in the MD. The development permits for agricultural buildings, we'll talk about that a little bit further in the memo. Opportunities for additional dwellings with respect to agricultural labor housing, that's also in the memo. Likewise, expanded sign standards. With respect to residential use of agricultural and non-residential buildings, as suspected, we haven't had a lot of people come forward with that request. Safety codes has some fairly stringent considerations when you're converting portions of agricultural buildings to residential use, especially if you got it approved as an agricultural building and then there's certain exceptions for safety codes in types of permits and approvals that you need. So we kind of expected that that probably wasn't going to be something that was used very regularly, but we'll see how that goes on. There were several new use-specific standards. I won't go into all of those. We haven't identified any issues or concerns with those. If we do, we'd bring it back to council for a discussion item. The reduction to road setbacks, we haven't heard anything negative associated with that. So what that did is it changed how we measure the setbacks in the rural area from center line to property line. And so now that setback is 100 feet from property line. There was also a fairly significant reduction to the corner site triangle from 350 feet to 280. And those numbers were based on a review of what other municipalities do. And also the MD of Taber had engineer review the proposals and provide recommendation. So those seem to be working fairly well as well. We made some significant changes to requirements for wind and solar. We have not had any large scale wind or solar applications in the past year. Having said that, the province is making changes to some of those components where there would be standardized setbacks defined by the province for proximity to residences and other considerations. So we may have to look at those standards again. Based on what we've seen, the MD standards would likely not meet the provincial standards. So we'll probably have to look at that again in terms of how we've defined it. The setbacks for houses, for example, the MD measures that from the extent of the facility, whereas the proposal right now from the province is that it would be measured from the sound, the components that create the sound regime. So for example, right now, the bylaw says 300 meters from a residence. And so if it was what the province indicated, it's actually measured from, let's say, the battery components or whatever components in the operation that would generate the highest sound. So like I said, we'll have to look at that when that proceeds. And then lastly, we did make several zoning changes. That was mostly for consistency with existing uses. At the time, there weren't any issues or concerns with landowners. Most changes were made in Retlaw. That changed. A lot of the properties there that were zoned group country residential, which didn't make sense because a lot of them are 25 feet wide. And so pretty much all of Retlaw now is under that Retlaw Direct Control District. So no issues there. The intention of the review is to assess the effectiveness of the transition from the previous land use bylaw, ensuring that the updated approach remains practical and manageable, and to identify any provisions that might require refinement where there were challenges in interpretation or applications have been observed. The proposed amendments focus on improving clarity for ratepayers, enhancing administrative efficiency, and addressing areas where the existing bylaw lacks sufficient direction. As I mentioned, council did direct the review and wanted to ensure that any changes implemented were manageable for administrative staff, supported by existing processes, and practical in application. And so this review will provide an opportunity to confirm that the bylaw is functioning as intended in real-world development scenarios, which we believe it is. There's just some discussion points here for council or for committee's consideration. So the recommendation is that the Committee of Whole review the proposed amendments to the bylaw and provide further feedback in the form of a recommended amendments for council consideration. The proposed updates have been developed based on observed trends in areas identified through ongoing administration of the bylaw. We did present this to the MPC. The MPC had further recommendations, which were included in the memo, one being the addition of email as a means of notification for a development hearing, and then an amendment for ancillary buildings in the Hamlet Residential District. So just starting with what I'll do is I'll just walk through the observations and amendments and pose the questions to the committee, and perhaps the committee can direct how you'd like to proceed with the conversation today. The first section is dealing with waivers or variances to bylaw provisions. This was a new section added to the land use bylaw at the direction of council, where council had wanted to give the MPC a little bit more direction in terms of considerations for granting variances. So under the land use bylaw currently, the MPC has no limitation on the variance power that it has. Some municipalities cap that. The MD of Taber Municipal Planning Commission has complete discretion. And so that was what the intention of including these provisions are. And so that's in section 20.3 of the bylaw. Typically what would occur is when the MPC is exercising their MPC considerations, in addition to the criterion that are established in the MGA, the MPC should have regard to the purpose and intent of the district, future land use and transportation networks, any applicable policies of the MDP, or if we have an IDP that would be applicable, whether there's any circumstances of undue hardship or practical difficulties that would be particular to the use, character, or situation of the land or building, which aren't generally common to other land in the land use district that would warrant approval, and then any other matters that the development authority considers applicable. So the question that we have is whether or not council is satisfied with the continued application of this section as currently written, recognizing that it does allow the development authority to apply informed judgment based on site-specific considerations when granting or refusing variances.
So I don't remember. So the previous land use bylaw did have limitation to waivers?
No.
Oh, it didn't either.
No, it didn't. So what council wanted, because it was without limitation, the direction was that we add some sort of additional parameters, which is what this is, to help the MPC in their considerations. So there was no change to what the MPC could do in terms of its authority. The one change was that the development officer could approve permitted uses. The development officer does not have the capacity to grant variances, only the MPC. And so that these criterion would facilitate the consideration by the MPC whether or not to grant a variance. There are also the provincial regulations about not unduly affecting adjacent properties, so on and so forth, and these are in addition to that. Any questions? Okay. Okay. Section 42.1 deals with the conditions of approval for permitted uses. So in the land use bylaw, when issuance of a permitted use application occurs, there's a requirement to have a list of potential conditions that could be placed on a permitted use application. In this circumstance, administration is proposing that we add explicit reference to a lot grading certificate as a standard condition of approval for development applications where appropriately. And this would be particularly for MD-owned lands where and specifically too, where the MD has been the applicant to the subdivision and has had the drainage plans prepared accordingly. There may also be some vacant lots within hamlets and then other situations where drainage, surface stability, or downstream impacts are of concern. There are provisions in the land use bylaw that do generally allow and authorize provisions such as this, but a lot of times on permitted use applications, it's best to actually include specific provisions in the list of conditions. So MD of Taber Municipal Operations does advise that from an engineering perspective, requiring a lot grading certificate is good practice and should be implemented as a standard condition of development where applicable. The lot grading certificate can play a significant role in protecting residents in hamlets by helping ensure that drainage is functioning as intended and that properties aren't negatively affecting one another. There might be some challenges when applying this to vacant lots, because we likely don't have an overall stormwater plan for that location. There could be requirements for individual site grading plans, but what this condition would do is allow for flexibility for the MPC to determine specifically when it may want to add such a condition. The consideration was also given whether the lot grading certificate could be triggered at the subdivision stage. However, that's not generally recommended because typically you're doing your overall site grading or individual site grading at the time of the house construction. Alternative mechanisms, such as requiring an engineering lot grading and drainage plan prior to commencement of construction, is another approach that may be more practical for privately owned lots and could reduce the municipality's role in certifying any sort of grading while still ensuring that appropriate drainage designs are established in advance of development. So based on this, the proposal before the board is to add to section 42.1, which is the development authority may impose. So it doesn't mean that you have to, but this is just enabling to add specifically section Y, lot grading certificate prepared by a qualified professional and any other measures to address grading and drainage. Well, the question for discussion is whether or not there's any councils in favor for that proposed amendment as presented.
I'm just wondering, so let's say it's a new group country residential development, because this is speaking more to MD-owned lots.
Mm-hmm.
But could this be used in that instance as well, where there's been a drainage plan down and let's say that all the homes on the south side of the street are supposed to drain to the north?
Mm-hmm.
And so if someone changes that, it can impact the nearest neighbor. That's what this is about, because
Mm-hmm.
all of those group country residentials, should they meet the setback, would be able to be permitted uses, correct?
Correct, yep. And so then typically what happens is at the time of subdivision, we do have the overall stormwater management plan. Depending on the density of the development, yes, there are lot grading components that are associated with that, so it could be placed by the development officer as well. Mm-hmm.
So this part about, considering it when you are at the subdivision stage, obviously we had a general plan of where the water was
Mhm.
gonna go for the subdivision, but is, and not doing specific lot grading certificates at that point until they come with the house. I guess the big question is, how much is this gonna cost? Because we've done a bit of this in our development, and each one of these layers usually ends up costing
Mhm.
at least $5,000 to get anybody to look at something like this. Do you think that's roughly what it would cost to get a professional to come in and do a grade plan?
I'll let Brian talk to that because
Okay.
he looked into
I think we did
costs.
some preliminary questions about around that, and I believe it, just talking to some of the engineering companies, survey companies, and they estimated around $1,000.
1,000?
Mhm.
Okay, and that, but that's not geotechnical. That was talked about in here a little bit too.
Strictly grading.
Just drainage, okay.
Yeah, so geotechnical would be something completely different. The geotech would come in a circumstance, let's say there's a lot that has steep slopes, or I don't know, there's site-specific considerations that would require that.
Okay.
Most of the time, at the time of subdivision, we're looking into, that is a requirement. So if you're proposing development adjacent to steep slopes, as part of your subdivision application, there will be a geotech prepared,
Right.
and the engineer then defines what the maximum setback is. There are some provisions in the land use bylaw, let's say it hasn't gone through a subdivision process, that then allows the MPC or the development officer, as part of a complete application, to require that information up front. And so then the applicant would have the engineer prepare that documentation, and that would set the standard for what the maximum setback could be. We also have allowances in the land use bylaw that prescribe a formula, and if anyone wants to go closer than that, then you do also have to have a geotechnical
Right.
and engineer confirm that.
Because it's mentioned in H, right, the geotechnical
Yep.
part. And I mean, Grassy Lake is like obviously a kind of a mess, the old part, right, where none of us could plan.
Mhm.
Every time somebody does something on their lot, it pushes the problem to the next neighbor or into our
Yeah.
back alley or whatever. So, yeah, I think if we can do it for $1,000, it's gonna way cheaper than trying to solve the problem later. Where water is all pooling and we don't have an easy way to get it out of there. So, I don't know, I think it's almost a necessity that we have some drainage figured out on these newer developments, or we're stuck with the same problems that we have in old towns and old hamlets. Go ahead.
Yeah, just kind of to build on Councilor Tory's comments, I've had lots of conversations with municipal operations, and specific to lot grading plans, these are there to protect actually the homeowners or the property owners, because if they have drainage that's lower than the road, they don't have drainage, right? Those kinds of scenarios,
Yeah.
or the drainage path, right? So
Yeah.
and there are lots of scenarios in older developments that
Yeah.
manifest exactly that.
Anyway, so I think it's a good addition for sure.
Couple of questions. With this being a certificate, it's just confirming what the status of the drainage is when the elevations were taken.
Correct.
So it's after the housing has already been constructed.
Mhm.
So there would be an expectation that if it doesn't meet a certain predetermined standard, that they would have to make changes after the elevations were captured to meet the standard that would be required.
That's correct. So what happens in, let's say, the MD of Tabor subdivision, Jaslyn provides the applicant a copy of the approved site drainage plan with all the elevations, so that the person is provided that documentation. Can we assure that they have contractors who know how to meet those elevations? No, but that is the landowner's responsibility. So yes, there is the potential that after the fact, the person didn't build to the correct elevations, and then they'd be responsible to undertake whatever remedial action to comply.
So under normal circumstances, the condition would be placed on their development permit that it has to meet these standards for drainage purposes, and that their certificate is simply to confirm that it has met those standards.
Correct.
Okay.
So then, 10 years from now, certificate's been issued, but they do a new owner does some landscaping and changes the slope from the north to the south on the property. In that situation, what happens?
Well, in that situation, technically, they're not in compliance with their development permit anymore, so there could be enforcement action. Typically, that wouldn't occur, maybe unless a neighbor complained that they're, so-and-so did something and now I'm getting water on my property, or whatever the circumstance is. So you'd have to see what the circumstances are. The MD is not going to go out and check and confirm all these. And if modification is done after the fact, then there's the potential for enforcement.
Without this in the bylaw, though, there would be no ability to do that.
Well, like I said, it's generally in the bylaw. The bylaw does authorize the ability to place conditions dealing with drainage, but this provides landowners who make an application with more direct information about what the possible conditions are, and especially because a lot grading certificate does potentially cost $1,000, they can then see this list of things that could potentially be placed as a condition. So that's the intention of specifically calling it out and putting it in the list of permitted use conditions.
Would there be a list of criteria for who is eligible to produce a lot grading certificate as far as qualifications?
Have you looked into that?
Not specifically, but I mean, if any reputable survey company or engineering company would be sufficient. Like if they're coming from a Stantec or an MPE or whoever, that just any company that we typically use in any other engineering type work.
We could specify or qualify that it has to be a ALS or an engineer.
Okay, well, because the higher the level of qualifications, the higher the cost. And
Yeah.
You got to be aware of that and make
We
sure
could
that
give
it's-
them the option though, so if someone, most certificates are going to be done by an ALS. I think there's no way that one would want, I don't think anyone who's not qualified would want to produce that certificate because there's potentially liability associated in terms of where that elevation is.
What's an ALS? Just,
Oh, Alberta Land Surveyor.
okay.
Okay, I'd like to just backtrack a little bit. So if somebody wants to change the drainage on their parcel, wouldn't they have to get a permit for that?
Yes, they should be.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
Is that a requirement in the land use bylaw that a development permit would be required to change your drainage?
Anything that changes the drainage, yes, it does indicate that you should be getting a development permit. With a caveat, it doesn't mean if you're out on an agricultural parcel and you're out there doing whatever it is you're doing for agricultural purposes, no. But if you're in an urban lot and you start excavating or changing your drainage or whatever, you should be getting a development permit. Now, that's typically going to be applied where we have, let's say, the MD subdivision where there's actually a lot grading plan. If there's no lot grading plan and you just happen to be out there and you're putting in a driveway and that changes the grading, I mean, you still do need to come and get a permit, an approach permit, and other considerations, but we do have provisions that do indicate that if you're changing any component of an approved drainage plan, you're supposed to be getting approval.
I'll try and make this one my last question. You're saying that it may be required. It's not going to be mandatory in each and every instance. And I'm assuming that the may will be required in instances where there is an indication that the lot grading is in question.
Yes. We have had some examples throughout the years where sort of as Arliss said, the house is down here, the road is up here. There were historic areas of pooling based on the grading of the property. And at the time, the applicant was reluctant to provide the information, this clearly will indicate and confirm where that building was constructed. So yes, it's not going to be a standard condition on every application. It's simply a may.
About what percentage of our urban hamlet areas actually have drainage plans that are all in place? Are we halfway there, or?
I would say not, no.
I don't
Yeah.
know that number.
So a lot of these, all the older lots, there's no plan. They
No.
pretty much can do whatever they want because we don't have a design where it's supposed to go, right?
Correct.
Right. They're
Right.
just,
So in Grassy Lake, for example, the MD has undertaken several subdivisions. Some of those earlier ones did not have lot grading plans. The most recent one is the one on the north side of Grassy. That does have all the information necessary to comply with this requirement. Then in Enchant, there's the new MD subdivision there that also has a lot grading plan.
okay, so actually most of our stuff, even some of our newer subdivisions don't have
Correct.
a plan. Okay.
So like when I was talking about permit to change I was talking about existing houses with no lot grading plan. Are they required to get a permit too? Like, I think they should.
Like, can you give me an example of what you mean?
Well, there's a house in Hayes where the footing used to be an old church.
Mhm.
And then the church got condemned because of water in the basement. So this guy moved the house onto the old footing
Mhm.
and he put his garage just a little bit too low. And the culvert in front of his place freezes up. And in spring, he gets water running into his garage if that culvert isn't open. And I was thinking in a situation like that, if he wanted to change the grade of his driveway or whatever, would he have to get a permit for that? That's kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, so if he's making changes to those existing improvements, because that's a change of use or an intensification of use, the way the bylaw is written, he should be coming back for a permit.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
Now, there may be other circumstances, I don't know, through Public Works, if they're, they could change the grade of the culvert and other components, that's not going to trigger any requirement.
Well, the way I understand it is he's been in contact with Public Works and they've told him, this is the way I understand it, that the culvert is too small, the original one. And if he wants to change it, he has to pay to have it changed because he bought the lot the way it was.
So I'm gonna intervene.
Yeah.
And just because when I heard some of you say, well, we might done by noon, at the rate we're going, we'll be testing the 5 p.m. piece of the procedure.
Yeah, but that's
bylaw.
more of an operational component that I think, the landowner would need to talk to Public Works. Certainly, if there's need for expansion of culverts, that has to go through a different process and wouldn't be subject to development permits. Yeah.
And I think this conversation does reflect the complexity of the land use bylaw and why, as later in the agenda, we may be discussing some changes to MPC. We all need to have a very comprehensive understanding of it. And I've sat on it for 8 years, and I still am thankful for our development team to answer these specific questions. So for me, adding why allows for the ability for us to ensure on a lot that we are concerned about, the grading does give us that ability to add it to the development permit.
All right, next section 47.4, commencement of development, and section 48.2, development permit validity. So the current requirement in the land use bylaw, oh, sorry, did I miss one? Oh,
45.1.
sorry,
Yeah.
45.1. See, I'm trying to get us out of here faster. I do every other page. 45.1, development hearing notification procedures. So currently in the land use bylaw, the MPC has the ability to call a development hearing to obtain additional information from affected persons. And there is a notification requirement for prescribed in the land use bylaw. The recommendation is to enable the hand delivery of notices where appropriate. And this is intended as an operational contingency to limit processing delays, maintain legislative notice timelines, and address circumstances such as Canada Post service disruptions. So hand delivery would only be applied very selectively, documented formally, and only where it provides assurance that affected parties receive notice in a timely manner. And administration additionally proposes allowing notice of delivery by email where appropriate to further support timely and reliable communication. So we did have some circumstances during the last postal disruption, can't say that word, where there was hand delivery that occurred. So this would formalize that. Additionally, too, emailing is now an option that's recognized as a reliable source of delivery, provided that the applicant or the person gives the municipality authorization to have that email. So the recommendation before you is shown in red, and it would just simply add emailing as an option to mailing, and then hand delivery of the notice of hearing to any person who, in the opinion of the Development Authority, may be affected. Good. Okay.
I do feel a bit for Lane because we have gone through these once already. And so we did say we wanted to give due time for those who weren't on and other reflections. So as much as I said I wanted to move along, I don't mean to rush you either.
Section 47.4. Now, commencement of development and section 48.2, development permit validity. The current requirement to commence development and complete it within 12 months is proving to be restrictive due to a number of factors related to the seasonal construction timelines, delays in servicing, grading, and material procurement, contractor availability, market conditions, and complexity and size of developments. So this proposed amendment would require that development be commenced within 12 months and completed within 24 months. The proposed amendment aligns with expectations and practical construction realities while preserving accountability and enforcement mechanisms. There is a provision in the land use bylaw that did allow extension of that, but the reality is that 24 months is probably more reasonable than the 12 months. And there still is a provision for extension if someone can't meet the 24-month deadline.
I was just trying to remember as the MPC, like if somebody was doing a big apartment complex that they knew was gonna take multiple years, can we just set that right up front? This is a 3-year project, or do we just
Yes.
stuck with the 24 and then add extensions?
No, so there are allowances in the land use bylaw that indicates that the MPC can place a timeline in excess of that as a development permit condition if they wish. You could also use this on large solar, wind, other components instead of having them come back and get an extension. Okay. Section 5 deals with agricultural buildings. This is specifically relating to agricultural buildings 20,000 square feet or less in size associated with extensive agriculture or primary agricultural operations on a parcel greater than 40 acres. These developments do not require a development permit. The MD Tabor Council had requested administration highlight applications for agricultural buildings during the annual review. And during the review of the previous land use bylaw, there was significant discussion about setting that criterion for what triggers a development permit on a large agricultural building. And at that time, MD Tabor Council determined that the buildings would not require a development permit based on their typical use in agricultural operations, and an effort to balance regulatory requirements with land use oversight for those buildings that were 20,000 square feet or less. Since the adoption of the bylaw, the MD has received 8 applications for ag buildings in excess of 20,000 square feet. Those come to the MPC for consideration. And I should clarify, on parcels greater than 40 acres. These applications were for both new buildings and additions to existing buildings that resulted in the floor area in excess of 20,000 square feet. The processing time for applications for these buildings has been comparable to any other development. And to date, MD of Tabor Planning and Development has experienced minimal overall impacts on staffing and review timelines. However, If MD Tabor, MPC, or council determines that further technical or contextual information is required, that expectation could impact processing timelines and administrative capacity. So this is just before the committee, whether or not you're satisfied with that current exception, the way it's written.
Everyone's good with 20,000 square feet? Okay. The original intent was impact on the roads.
All right, now specific to the primary agricultural buildings, administration is seeking clarification from council on what may trigger the requirement for additional information on primary agricultural buildings, including but not limited to parking plans, traffic impact statements, road use agreements, number of employees, and daily heavy vehicle trip volumes. Just for everybody's information, a primary agricultural building is a use involved in storage of agricultural produce and goods requiring proximate location to the source of the agricultural produce, or a non-labor intensive exterior storage use requiring a relatively large area of land, but minimal on-site improvements, services, and amenities. And examples include, but are not necessarily limited to, apiaries, grain elevators, sugar beet loading stations, commodity storage buildings. So for example, potato storage, onion storage, those types of storages, machinery, vehicle and equipment storage, outdoor storage, and other uses determined to be similar in nature. The applications that have come before the MPC, there has been a number of inquiries and questions relating to on-site and off-site traffic volume, the parking adequacy, and the road impacts and hauling routes. The specifics on this type of information has not been previously requested of primary agricultural applications. And so there is some discussion and direction requested whether or not those should become standard application material submissions. Some of the potential triggers that we've seen related to applications include whether or not there's packing activities, processing, washing, on-site employment, or heavy vehicle movement. Based on the potential impacts identified above, particularly those related to traffic volumes, heavy vehicle movement, parking adequacy, and road impacts, MPC has identified road use agreements as one potential mechanism to address infrastructure-related concerns where they're evident. And recently, the MD of Tabor has also been placing a standard response to NRCB in response to confined feeding operation applications that are circulated, and indicating that in that response to NRCB that the landowner may be required to enter into a road use agreement with the MD of Tabor. So that practice is relevant to our current discussion because the MPC has drawn parallels to potential impacts to roads related with certain primary agricultural buildings where there's similar operational characteristics that could impact municipal infrastructure. On 3 of the 8 development permits for primary agricultural buildings, the MPC has included the following condition. The landowner or applicant may be required to enter into a road use agreement with the MD of Tabor at the discretion of the MD of Tabor. The applicant or landowner shall contact the MD of Tabor Public Works prior to commencement of construction to determine if the road use agreement is required at that time. We do have some additional information here from Public Works or Municipal Operations with respect to the use of road use agreements as a mechanism to address potential impacts. Specific areas of inquiry, including appropriate triggers for requiring a road use agreement, what those agreement components are, and then the role of the development permit process in administering these requirements. The typical agreement provisions include provisions related to haul routes, road maintenance, and mitigation of construction-related impacts. The MD of Tabor Operations has indicated that the development permit process should play a central role in identifying when those types of agreements are required and it's recommended that entry into a road use agreement be incorporated as a condition where applicable. And in such an instance, then the development permit would not be considered complete until confirmation is provided that they have entered into that executed agreement. There has been some discussion on thresholds, whether it's just the building size that would serve as an initial indicator, and MD Operations has confirmed that traffic operation or traffic volume and operational characteristics such as heavy vehicle movements, on-site processing, or commercial scale activity are more appropriate factors than just stating a square footage for building size for the triggering event for a road use agreement. Then if there are components that extend beyond a road use agreement criterion, there is always the mechanism for a development agreement. So if there's situations where the existing infrastructure, whether it's the road or other servicing, is insufficient to support that proposed development, then a development agreement can be required. And that would provide additional mechanisms for addressing any existing deficiencies or things that are necessary to serve the development as part of a condition of development approval. We have several questions here, whether or not council's satisfied with the current level of information required for primary agricultural buildings, or does council wish to provide direction on what conditions or activities may trigger the submission of additional information? And then secondly, relating to provision of road use agreements as conditions of development permit approvals to address potential on-site and off-site impacts. Just a little bit more on the level of information required. This would not be a significant change if council indicates that, yes, we would like primary agricultural buildings to be providing the same level of information as any other larger non-residential application would apply. We already have what's called a Form A or B? Form A2. And that identifies all of the questions that typically come up with these larger primary agricultural buildings. So whether or not you have employees, number of vehicle trips a day, and these are just estimates. So it's just information provided by the applicant and would not create significant change to any forms or processes that we currently have. Road use agreement, that's a different topic entirely for committee discussion.
Yeah, so historically, we have left ag alone, but we have seen the intensification, some of the changes for production on farm. And so as items have come to us, we've added some factors like parking out at Johnson's, just to give you an example. And however, I really do feel when you say may enter into a road use agreement, like we should be able to explain what the triggering events are, but I am in favor that we should look at agriculture, manufacturing, agriculture in the same role we do to manufacturing. And it's just, it is a ginormous shift that we have not done in the MD of Taber, and we wouldn't be going retroactive, it would be on things going forward. I agree with you, but I'm not sure how others feel, because in our area, ag has been able to do what they wanted to do with very little requirements.
So if we were to leave it the way it is, the only triggering mechanism is the 20,000 currently. Or you were asking for more triggering mechanisms, more information.
So just to clarify, the more information, it wouldn't change those buildings lesser than 20,000 square feet and less, because they currently don't need a development permit. So that's a whole other discussion if council wants to apply that to those that don't require a development permit. The question specifically is, whether or not there should be changes to the development permit application for those buildings that are 20,000, greater than 20,000. Planning perspective recommends, yes, that should be a requirement for every application, and it's not onerous, the types of information that's being requested. And right now, what happens is it comes to MPC. MPC then says, okay, this is the information we want, then we go back to the applicant. So it would speed up efficiency if the landowner or the applicant provided that upfront with their application. The second question, though, truly is specific to the road use agreement and whether or not that should be a standard or a more standard condition where appropriate. And removing the may, right? Because then it would have been determined that in this circumstance, there is in fact the requirement to enter into a road use agreement.
And at this time, we don't have really a outline of what a road use agreement.
Maybe we could have Public Works or municipal operations speak to that, but there is an example of the information that's
Yeah.
typically required in a road use agreement. Operations has explained some complexities of whether or not there's more than one user on the road and how that affects road use agreements. So I'll let operations speak to that.
Okay, and then maybe we'll have John just express his question or concern and then go to,
So currently, when NRCP forwards us a confined feeding operation notice, we put on there as a standard language that may be required to enter into a road use agreement. So then when doing that, this would also give them an idea, the CPO operators, of what might trigger that. Is that right? Or does it? Like, what do we have now then for confined feeding operations? Because that's been the standard language for probably the last 2 or 3 years.
It has, so that's, so the MD doesn't have any jurisdiction with the NRCB permit. So, and there's been a lot of discussion on what one can do to manage road impacts. So the decision was made 2 years ago to place that as a statement back to NRCB. NRCB does not hold the applicant to entering into a road use agreement. So the may component then relates to what are the impacts on the road and whether or not you are going to then be required to enter into a road use agreement. But that's not part of NRCB's permit requirement. They do inform all the applicants, though. We have seen that. And when they show us we get the circulations for how the applications have been approved, and they do show in there as a line that, here's this information from the MD, you may be required to enter into an agreement. And I'll let operations deal with all those components because I don't know how many or how that operates.
So then when it comes to NRCB, then they're informing them, but we have no way of enforcing a road use agreement.
Not through the NRCB permitting approval process.
Just our own mechanisms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Public Works.
okay, we'll turn the time to Corey.
When it comes to road use agreements, we have one formalized, I would say long-term road use agreement, and that's with Service Farms. Everyone knows that. We have a couple shorter term ones with gravel haul construction companies. That's primarily where road use agreements are used historically, and I believe should be used. In this context, the road use agreement, I would say, is for construction of that facility. That's the ideal use for road use agreement, is when we have intense traffic, construction traffic to the site, to build the site, get it operational. Can it be extended to be a long-term, as we've proven with Surface Farms? Yes. Do I think it's the proper way to do it? No, I don't think it is. The liability still stays with us. All we're doing is transferring maintenance costs to an operator. I do see a problem when we have two operators on the same road. How do we distinguish who is paying for that maintenance? Is it business A or business B or 3 businesses? And how do we separate that out without taking funds from them and just saying, go grade that road and maintain that road? It gets a little muddy once you start blending operations onto one road, so.
My suggestion is that the discussion about the use of road use agreements and recovering costs from operators would probably be best to defer to later on in the agenda when we're dealing with the alternative revenue generation options that are available to us. Recognizing that it is a problem, we can't continue to just let it go unaddressed for an indefinite period of time.
Does that give you enough guidance? I know it's not enough.
Yeah,
but-
so road use agreements, as Lane indicated, there are other options for
Yeah.
revenue capture. But maybe just a little more clarification on the development permit requirements. So if council would support the requirement for the primary agricultural buildings to fill out that, or a similar to Form A2 that provides additional information on, you know, parking, then whether or not you have employees, just an estimate of your trip generation, standard requirements that any other development application is subject to for non-residential development.
Yeah, I'm open to it. I know people feel it's a real risk, but we need to start to move the needle on. Our farm operations are not getting smaller. I know some people have concern that we don't tax those operations, but that doesn't mean they aren't having further impact as far as parking and having the right number of bathrooms and those kinds of things.
And it's not an additional step. So it's all done at the time of the application anyway. And quite honestly, it's likely to save time on the back end because we have had some examples, it gets to MPC and then we got to go back to the landowner anyway. So we are recommending favorable consideration of this.
Murray, John, Ernie, we haven't heard from you on this. Are you good with where we're at?
Okay.
Okay,
Okay. Section 5.2, general sign standards. This proposal would align the sign standards in Part 7 with Section 4.1, setbacks from public roads, or in Part 4, site and servicing requirements. So currently, Section 5.2 of the general sign standards provides the development authority with discretion to determine the appropriate sign location and setback requirements based on site-specific basis. And it's recognized that sign placement may vary depending on factors such as parcel configuration, proximity to roadways, traffic visibility, safety considerations, and surrounding development. It also ensures that where Alberta Transportation requires a higher setback or location, those requirements take precedence, maintaining consistency with provincial safety and transportation standards. That was the intention when the land use bylaw was adopted. However, in Section 4.1, setbacks from public roads, rural Part 4, site and servicing requirements, as currently written, it unintentionally limits the flexibility that was intended under Section 5.2. So while Section 5.2 assigns authority to the Development Authority to determine the location of the setbacks, Section 4.1 broadly restricts placement within the rural road setbacks unless approved by the MPC. As signage is not explicitly excluded, this does create some uncertainty regarding the approval authority and setback requirements and whether or not variances are required. And so the original intention was that was to have some flexibility and relationship with those requirements that they be assessed on a site-specific basis by the Development Authority and referred to MD of Taber Municipal Operations for comment when appropriate, while continuing to defer to Alberta transportation requirements where applicable. And that alignment would support consistent administration of the sign regulations. So right now, almost everybody wants a sign closer than 100 feet to the property line. So every sign application is coming to the MPC for approval, which was not the intention. So we do have a proposed amendment that would clearly accept signs. There's two different options here. Administratively, I think we'd talk about which one is more clear, but we just wanted to have council identify or be aware of what the potential language is that we're considering that we then forward to council for consideration. But it clearly indicates that the location and setbacks of signs are accepted from the provision in 4.1, and that all signs shall instead be regulated in accordance with Part 7, Section 5, General Sign Standards. Okay.
I can certainly understand the interest in having the signs closer to the roads, and I question limiting it even at 100 square feet. That's still small when you're trying to get the message out as to what business activity is taking place there.
Yeah, and so that's the next portion of discussion that I happened to miss a second page again. So my pages are sticking together. Sorry about that. I'll talk about the 100 square foot since I missed that one, and we can do this in conjunction. So currently, the square footage for a maximum for fascia in freestanding is 64 square feet and a maximum height of 20 feet. This really isn't consistent with modern development that we're seeing for signage and doesn't always allow signage to be clearly visible or appropriately scaled for the development it serves. So in many cases, applicants are then seeking waivers to that standard. So we are proposing that that be increased to 100 square feet. And just to Lane's point about why that number has been chosen, and then also to a height of 25 feet for all applicable signs. So the development officer has the ability to approve these signs, which are typically permitted. And so the development officer could approve up to 100 square feet and up to a maximum of 25 feet in height. And then anything greater than that would come to the MPC for consideration. The development officer has tracked the size of signs that are typically coming forward, and these numbers are consistent with what has been approved and is kind of what we've seen for standards in the MD of Taber. This would not preclude anybody from applying for a larger sign, but these are the values that the development officer appears to see on a regular basis. If we were to increase that to anything significantly larger, we may want to look at the criterion for sign standards. We don't have a lot of standards for signs. It's a very minimal section. So there aren't, if we increase this to, triple the size, it would then simply be a permitted use subject to setback requirements. So that's where the 100 square feet and 25 feet come from.
Do you think we want to see bigger signs, or do we want to go bigger than 100? Like as far as what we have to see at our committee?
So it's a historical reason MD of Taber didn't want to be the billboard municipality,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean we can't change it, right? We have new people, new ideas. We just haven't had those types of signs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we want to become billboards everywhere, but for established businesses that are right there for their sign, that's kind of more what I'm thinking, and maybe 100 square feet is great. I just don't know, like, we just see signs all the time, but anyway, yeah.
Go ahead.
I guess for me, 100 square feet, but you can apply for a larger one. So I mean, that as permitted use, I think is fine. And then it's up to the municipal planning commission as to whether you can accept something larger, and then you can take into consideration a lot of things that we currently don't have in the, as guidelines.
Once we do one billboard, buckle up, right? Like, I would think more people will come. So that, it's just a little, for me, it's about whether that's a tone we want to accept. I have mixed feelings on it.
Well, I do want to clarify, council there is a provision in here that precludes billboards. So there is an allowance for some off-site directional advertising. So sometimes you'll see, Apex with an arrow down there. That's about the extent of, if we want to call it billboard advertising. So the advertising that occurs has to be on site. And so really, with all the federal requirements, you do have to be careful in terms of how you're managing content, because there are provisions beyond that which we can regulate. So one way to do that is with the size of the sign. But okay, I don't think I've flipped too many pages here. 9, section 3.1. Oh, I think with the options, I think what we'd like to do is, talk administratively and then present as part of an amendment what might be most clear for landowners, if council's okay with that. Okay. Section 9, minimum lot size requirements, Hamlet residential. Administration is recommending amendment to the minimum lot width and area requirements for duplexes and semi-detached dwellings. The proposed change would reduce the minimum lot width from 70 feet to 65 feet and a minimum lot area from 7,000 square feet down to 6,500 square feet. The existing standards have resulted in multiple waiver requests. We are now seeing more duplex development in the MD and in the hamlets than we ever have before. And there have been 6 waivers approved by MPC for developments that met functional design and servicing requirements, but did not comply with the current lot width and area thresholds. Proposed amendment reflects actual development patterns and reduces the need for ongoing waivers. Operations had no comment, and the Regional Fire Service provided comment stating that the reduction in size would not affect any emergency access, appropriate fire separation distance, or overall response efficiency within more compact residential developments. The adjustment still leaves enough room for access, fire separation, and response efficiency, and all safety standards would continue to align with code and fire protection requirements. So that would amendment as shown in the HR district. Okay. Oh,
So is 65 a small enough number? Maybe does it need to be smaller? Like, are we going to be coming, so will there be developments that are going to come forward that would be able to fit in on a 60-foot lot? Just a question.
potentially, but when you take into account all the different setback requirements and the size of the duplexes that we're seeing, possibly not. I don't have an answer to that question. What we would do though, if all of a sudden we see now the next batch comes in, everybody wants a 50-foot lot. Operationally though, we are going to have to look at what does that do for fire safety? What does that do for drainage? Before we'd make a recommendation to council for a lesser lot size. Okay, number 10. Building height and minimum floor area requirements in the Hamlet residential district. Administration is recommending an amendment to the maximum building height for duplexes and semi-detached dwellings. Currently, the bylaw prescribes a maximum height of 33 feet, and we're recommending that that be changed to as required by the MPC. The change would improve consistency with other multi-unit residential developments, which right now the maximum height is as required by the MPC. The amendment provides greater flexibility to consider design, site conditions, and compatibility with surrounding development. MD Tabor Operations has no comment on the proposed amendment. So what would occur, instead of having a hard number that is prescribed, an application for the duplex or semi-detached dwelling would be considered on a site-specific basis and be able to take into consideration the context of the neighborhood and how, if all the buildings are fairly low in their height, could prescribe a different height allowance if it was felt warranted. No questions? Okay. All right, number 11. Permitted uses and Section 2.1, permitted uses, and Section 2.2, discretionary uses for the maximum site coverage and building size in hamlet residential. Administration is recommending an amendment to Section 5.2, maximum size of an ancillary building or structure, to revise the current regulation of 840 square feet within the hamlet residential land use district. The proposal would establish ancillary buildings or structures larger than 840 square feet as a discretionary use in the district, subject to review and decision by the MPC. The change improves flexibility by enabling site-specific evaluation of larger ancillary buildings while maintaining oversight to ensure compatibility with surrounding development and lot characteristics. It also helps prevent inappropriate development of oversized shops in residential districts, while recognizing that larger hamlet lots could reasonably or may reasonably accommodate increased building sizes. By making the uses discretionary, then MPC can add balanced flexibility with consideration of neighborhood characteristic and site suitability considerations without having it come forward as a request for variance. The proposal would be permitted uses for ancillary buildings and structures equal to or less than 840 square feet would be on the permitted side, so the development officer could continue to approve those. We have a typo in here. Discretionary uses would be ancillary buildings and structures greater than 840 square feet would then fall on the discretionary side. And then Section 5.2 would be amended to indicate maximum number of would be deleted to get rid of that maximum size of ancillary buildings or structures would be deleted. And then just some renumbering.
Everyone's good with those changes? Okay, let's keep going.
All right, Section 2.2, discretionary uses, and Section 2.3, prohibited uses in the group country residential district. Administration is proposing a change to group country residential, and just to clarify, group country mixed use already has this provision within the group country residential district to allow the consideration of permanent shipping containers as a discretionary use on parcels designated GCR where there is no adopted area structure plan, and are not permitted on parcels located within an approved ASP unless the use is expressly prescribed within that area structure plan. The approach ensures that approved ASP policies are respected while allowing some flexibility for the use of permanent shipping containers on parcels designated as GCR without an adopted area structure plan. So the amendment would include permitted or permanent shipping containers Class B as a discretionary use, with the footnote that they would only be allowed where an ASP has been adopted, explicitly including shipping containers.
I own about 100 shipping containers and they are ugly. It's too bad that they're so darn handy. Like just, so it's for people to say, oh, just go get a nice looking shed instead of a shipping container. But shipping containers are, if they're in good shape, waterproof, mouse proof, like they are a bulletproof unit, and no shed is. And so it's kind of, a very well built shed, but it's hard. People really, they're so handy, they're affordable, they're easy, you just drop them off,
So.
but they're not very nice.
No, but that's why it's linked to the area structure plan, because a lot of people have bought into their neighborhood
Yes.
based on what the allowances are. So
Yeah.
there are some group country that don't have area structure plans, and people have come forward looking for that allowance. If a shipping container is approved, there are criterion, it would be subject to the criterion in the land use bylaw currently that indicate allowances for painting it, for modifying it so that you don't have the original, Santa Fe labeling on the side.
Right.
Other provisions to make it look more non-industrial or more residential aesthetic. So there are those provisions when the development permit would be issued in those limited circumstances.
I think that they can be extremely useful, but that's why they've been added to this list so that we can review each section.
And there
So-
are very few developments right now that don't have an area structure plan.
Okay.
So it has limited applicability. In the group country mixed use, this is a provision without the requirement for the ASP. But that choice was made because it was a new district in the land use bylaw. We've only had one person make application for that, as I said. So there aren't the number of pre-existing developments that have assurances for what you can and can't do in those established neighborhoods.
Yeah. I think it makes sense what you've done with the country mixed use. I think it all makes sense. So no, they are super handy and super popular.
Okay. Making sure I'm not jumping pages. 13. Section 7.1, notification and public consultation processes for the antenna system siting protocol. So the MD currently has an antenna siting protocol, and that's for telecommunication towers. The amendment is proposed to section 7.1D to clarify the notification process for antenna system applications where third-party proponents are involved. The proposed change reflects and formalizes current administrative practice whereby the MD of Taber distributes landowner and public notification packages on behalf of a proponent at the proponent's request. The approach supports compliance with Access to Information Act, and administration considers this a fairly low-risk clarification that's going to align the land use bylaw with existing procedures and provincial legislation, and supports consistent administration of development hearing-related notifications. So the proposed amendment is to add to section 7.1 for the requirements of notification that where a proponent is proposing distribution of additional information as part of their landowner notification materials, the proponent may request that the MD of Taber undertake the circulation of such at the sole cost of the proponent in accordance with Access to Information Act. We have had several inquiries where proponents are trying to obtain addresses from the MD, and so there are provisions under ATIA that would likely preclude that. So this allows a mechanism for the MD to send out that additional information that's requested or that the applicant's requesting to be sent out. Okay. 14, the last section, agricultural labor housing, farm assessment and residential dwellings from MGA context. So the MGA and associated regulations clearly establish a distinction between the assessment of farmland and residential improvements, which supports clarification requested by the Municipal Planning Commission. So after consultation with Benchmark, the assessor for the MD of Tabor, he explained that under the MGA framework and the matters relating to assessment and taxation regulation, that farmland is assessed based on its agricultural use and value, which applies only to land that meets the definition of farming operations. However, residential improvements located on agricultural parcels are not assessed as farmland. Guidance from Alberta Municipal Affairs confirms that the farm residence and a corresponding site, typically up to 3 acres, are assessed at market value and taxed at the residential tax rate. In practice, what this means is that all habitable dwellings are assessed as residential components, regardless of their intended use, whether as a primary residence, rental unit, ag labor housing, or any accommodation for family members. The assessment is based on the market value of the dwelling and its associated residential site, not on occupancy, ownership, structure, or purpose. And while farmland benefits from regulated agricultural use valuation, additional residents don't receive any preferential assessment treatment and are not assessed as farmland solely due to their use. Where this is coming from is we did make a change to the land use bylaw, and we're now seeing a lot of applications come forward as employee housing. MPC was inquiring as to whether or not there were some tax implications associated with that shift that we're seeing. And so based on this information, no, it appears to be individual business determination on whether or not they want to come forward with an employee housing application versus simply just a second dwelling on a parcel greater than the 80 acres. So accordingly, the designation of the dwelling as ag labor housing doesn't influence assessment or value, and it remains a residential improvement based on assessed at market value. The legislative framework confirms the assessment authority's position that there's no financial or taxation incentive for ratepayers to pursue agricultural labor housing designations as a workaround for assessment purposes. And as such, the classification doesn't alter how the dwelling is assessed. That one's just more for information. Yep.
So then can I ask one question really? So then why do we even have a different, just because we're looking at also building worker housing, it's some, whether it's in a hamlet or out on the farm, but why do we have that separate? It's not taxed differently, but there's some, just so we
Yes.
know what it's for? Or?
No, so what it does, it allows an individual to obtain a greater number of dwelling units on a property
Right.
under that designation.
Okay.
Yep. At the discretion of the MPC. Okay, the next section is just for information. And it's just a summary of the waivers. Tom can speak to this if you'd like him to review.
Or just if there's any questions.
Yeah, or
about
just if there's any
specifics of
questions,
the-
yeah.
Of what he found as waivers that were granted over the last year.
And the recommendations that are coming forward would directly affect the number of waivers that would then be necessary in the future if council was to adopt some of the proposed amendments.
But as Tamara has reminded us, as soon as we change some, they automatically then we look at that as the bit and then we look, so it won't make a direct cutoff. Some of us will look at the new requirement and then push for a little bit more.
Potentially, but things like where we've said, okay, if council chooses to adopt the amendment where discretionary, where the size of the building in a hamlet residential would then become discretionary, then it's not a variance anymore. Then technically you're not varying each time. You're just dealing with it on a site-specific basis.
Right.
The signage variances were all typically related to area height and setbacks, so everything would be addressed there. But you're correct, yes, every time you make a change, then we can't guarantee that the number of variance requests would go down, and
Right.
but just
But
for
no,
the, yeah.
But I think they were good, reasonable recommendations, yeah.
I, just on the statistics part of it, I did ask at MPC, and I said I would ask it here. On the approved or permitted items, do we get many phone calls on the advertisements in the Tabor Times and Vauxhall Advance? And I believe it's also on our website. Just curious if people are actually paying attention to those, because they're quite costly for us to include every week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak personally since I've been here. I could maybe count on one hand,
Okay,
honestly. Jazz also gets those calls similarly, probably. Yeah. So it's not very often.
and has it just been an inquiry, or has it resulted in a relook for you? I mean, those ones are approved,
Mhm.
but,
Yeah, usually it can be explained. It's kind of, maybe another curious party asking about how the application came about and maybe providing the context that I can provide. In certain instances where it's been more of a complaint, I'll just go back to the conditions that were approved.
right, okay, that sounds good, thank you.
Okay.
What are the requirements for reporting development permits? What are the requirements?
So the municipality can define how you want for advertisement to occur. Since the MD does not notify in advance of any development permits, that's why this mechanism was the preferred option for council. Previously, everything was advertised quite in extensive detail. Those notifications for permitted uses still do go in the newspaper and other provisions as well, but it's at the discretion of how you want the advertising to occur. The thought was that at the time when we did the land use bylaw, the MD has been advertising in the newspaper for a very, very long time, and that for those permitted use applications, it was determined that because you're still advertising for discretionary anyway, to include the permitted use applications for consistency. It is available in other locations. And then it also too allows the development officer to have similar timing for when appeal periods are running.
So under the MGA, there's no requirement for us to report at all?
The requirement is you have to prescribe in your land use bylaw what that notification process is.
Like how much money is, like should we look at something else? Or is it? It's a lot.
Well, and I don't know, I won't speak to the money part, but just procedurally, if you do want to make a change, then that is a more fulsome discussion that needs to
Right.
occur, because as I mentioned, the MD, unlike some other municipalities, does not notify landowners in advance of making a development permit application. So the only mechanism of notification, except in circumstances where there's a development hearing, is that notification that either goes out in the newspaper and or is posted on the website. So we do have to have, if you do want to make changes, we do have to talk about that more specifically. Now, with permitted use applications, there is a limited provision for appeal. So it's whether there was a variance granted, if it was misinterpreted. So there are limited components, but it is still entirely possible for someone to appeal a permitted use application.
Yeah, so I feel that we still have a percentage of our population who is reading the newspaper and those who are using the website. And I also think there's value in being, it has zero to do with the development permit. So just bear with me. I think the newspaper adds a strong component to our municipality. And this also allows our residents to see the permitted and the discretionary uses posted. So to me, it's twofold. I'm trying to be a bit careful how I'm saying it, but there's value.
And if you did want to make change, what the recommendation would be is that it would it would not occur right away. It would be through education and other mechanisms to say that this is no longer how the MD is advertising, you know, on X date or X number of months out. This is how advertisement is going to occur from this point forward, just because there are a lot of people who do regularly know that that is how the MD has and up to this point advertised decisions.
No, well, just one comment. I'm just hoping that it's abundantly clear that even though many ag buildings are exempt from a development permit requirement, that they still have to meet setbacks and that they are not, it's not a free-for-all, that there are requirements that still apply to those buildings, even though they are exempt from a development permit. So as long as that's the case, I'm okay with leaving it as is.
Yeah, so let me just get to development not requiring a permit. I mean, it's explicit in the land use bylaw, the extent to which individuals are aware of that. I don't know, but I do know that, you know, there are in the newsletter, other notifications and things that go out reminding people. So agricultural buildings, 20,000 square feet or less in size associated with extensive ag or primary agricultural operations on a parcel greater than 40 acres are exempt subject to these provisions. They have to be located within the rural agricultural or rural urban fringe district, cannot include a dwelling unit or living quarters or a proposed use of a holding tank, complies with setbacks from public roads, property lines, and intersection site triangle requirements, complies with any applicable intermunicipal development plan and any intermunicipal development plan requirements. So that's, it's fairly explicit in the land use bylaw. So yes, to answer your question, it's clearly stated. Yeah.
And just one last question, has consideration been given to expanding the list of permitted uses that could be dealt with by the development officer?
Not at this point, no. We would take direction from MPC on that. That was a significant change. So prior to the new land use bylaw, the development officer had zero capacity to approve or refuse applications. Everything had to go through the MPC. So we have not provided that as a consideration at this point in time.
We did a landmark shift a year ago.
I realize and I appreciate that, but I think that it's been positive. And now that we're going through this review, it might be an appropriate time to consider, has there been any hiccups that would suggest that it would be inappropriate to consider expanding the use? If there hasn't been any challenges or problems, why not consider expanding the list of permitted uses that could be dealt with by the development officer as opposed to requiring that they come to MPC?
And if that's the direction council would like us to take, we certainly can do that.
I'm just planting a seed.
Whenever we have a meeting that we don't have questions on a development application, I often think, okay, would this have been better to have gone through our development officer? But then we do get those ones, and those ones go quick at a meeting, but they do require effort to get them there. But then there are ones that I'm really glad that we had some input. So I don't know if we have enough data to, I mean, we can see the data, the amount of denials is in this data sheet, and, you know, so I don't know if in 1 year, I have enough information to say we should add this, but maybe the development team does.
Not in real time.
Yeah,
Well, and what we could do is knowing that if this is something that you'd like us to look into over the next year, this is something we could track and identify things that we could recommend back to council for consideration to move to the permitted side. There are a whole host of other options too, whether or not there's development officer discretionary uses and other components that could occur. But that would require some more significant discussion beyond just this review.
right. And those things were discussed and debated, and so I do think we should continue to analyze, review, and improve whichever direction we go. You know, you never want anything to be, this is it, that's how it stays forever.
Just because I'm new to it, a lot of the stuff that's intermunicipal, like Vauxhall, we look at whether they want to put a shipping container behind some building. Sometimes I see those and go, do I care? But is there a way of trimming that down that somebody could vet some of those and go, this one? But if you guys have already said this is no concern to us, does it need to come to our agenda?
Well, actually, that is something we would support. Procedurally now, every intermunicipal circulation is coming to the MPC. But as you mentioned, is there concern about a shipping container at a certain location that happens to be 2 lots in from the MD boundary? Absolutely not. So we certainly would support if council wanted to give administration some discretion in determining those types of applications. But we would like it to be clear so that if there's an issue, that there is support to administration for having provided that, whatever that intermunicipal comment is. It is very common in a lot of the other municipalities that I work with where administration is given the authority to respond to many of those intermunicipal considerations without it going to the MPC.
However, we have seen in the past where we didn't have that requirement of one of the urbans within the boundaries of the MD of Tabor where it caused quite an impact to agricultural operations because it wasn't circulated. And so I think it's important we understand what's going on with our neighbor so that we understand if there's going to be any impacts that maybe administration hasn't seen, but we do. So I think, and I can tell you what that development is later, but I think it's very important that it does come to us, even if it's just a rubber stamp. If it's a shipping container, not a big deal, but if it's something more, like how do you pick as to what's going to be circulated?
Yeah. I'd rather not know about shipping containers. Maybe we just say that.
Well, like, I mean, for example, at our last meeting, we had an application from the town of Tabor for the museum for a shipping container. We had zero issue, right? We
Right.
didn't even, we had all read the material, the motion was made, we approved it.
The way it's currently written is everything that's discretionary within a quarter mile of the town of Tabor comes to the MD for comment. So that's why we're seeing shipping containers, signs, single detached dwelling, or actually dwellings or single detached dwellings are exempted.
Yeah.
And so that's why we do see that type of application. Even in Vauxhall, same thing, discretionary uses come to the MD for consideration.
So I could certainly support things that, and I don't want to use the word frivolous because it's not frivolous. There's absolute reason why some things have come. But am I interested that the town of Tabor approved another electronic sign on a corner that's been there for 4 years and they have to do it every year? I don't feel it's a great use of our staffs or our time, but I'm glad if, I think again, it could be added to the list for MPC or council's review for knowledge. But there is definitely some things that, you know, we've seen that didn't go as well as we had hoped. and we had some input, partly because we have a local lens.
Yeah, maybe in our next meeting, we can talk about more of it. As far as MPC, if there are some things that we could just categorically say, signs, shipping containers, maybe there are some categories we could eliminate. But yeah, we don't want to miss something big for sure.
But is that something we can provide you direction with? If you already have a vision of what that might look like,
Yes, yeah.
I think there's value in that, because I agree. I'm like,
Well, and administratively, it does take a lot of time to prepare all the reports and everything
Oh, for sure.
associated for a shipping container. So there are some process concerns I think we have to help efficiency as well.
Yeah, that is not lost on us, that these agendas don't miraculously appear, or those items. Okay. Yes, sorry.
What
Go
do you
ahead.
move, what do you need to move this one on?
Well, that's what I was just gonna ask Arliss. What do you want this to look like, and where do you see it going next?
Well, it would be taking the direction that we received, or consensus that we received on the questions,
Okay,
and preparing those amendments to come to council for starting that amendment process.
okay,
Typically, well, not typically, through bylaw, first reading, public hearing, and then second and third readings. So
so that's the next place it'll come, is council.
that's what I expect.
Okay. All right.
I did just want to add one more
Oh, for sure.
to the clerical and technical errors. So right now, we just have 2 listed. There is actually a third that we're going to forward to council too, and that has to do with section 50 for suspension and cancellation of a development permit. Currently, the way it's written, it just indicates that the development authority may suspend the development permit by giving notice in writing to the holder and stating the reasons for the suspension. It should also say that the development authority may suspend or cancel a development permit. So that terminology would be added to that section, consistent with what the intent is.
All right. Any further questions on what's been presented, or if you had any concerns coming out of the land use bylaw? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to got something for me, Lace? Okay, perfect. Maybe it can pop up on the screen when you're ready. The general idea would be to receive this, take into consideration the discussion, and then forward to council. Probably something much more eloquent than that. Then, once we're done that, we're gonna take a break for a few minutes. Yeah. I'd never like to go this thing. If someone's prepared. Read ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. Okay, I move that the Committee of the Whole direct administration to incorporate and prepare the land use bylaw number 2011 proposed amendments and discussion to council for further consideration.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. We'll take a recess for 5-ish minutes. All right, we will continue on with the the land irrigation and drainage easement draft policy.
Thank you, Reeve. So this is actually a policy that's being introduced. There isn't one that currently exists for the purposes that are being referenced. I'll let Brace and Land's team, Brian as well, explain the details of it. But we just think it would be a good practice to actually have some policy in place that informs our current decisions as well as somewhat aligns with past decisions that have been made on these matters. So Bryce, do you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. So again, like it was alluded to by Arliss, is just the putting some of the practices that we've had over in the past months, past years into practice as far as policy from the MD of Tabor's perspective, trying to share what we've done, trying to share some of the guiding principles, as well as receive direction and feedback from the committee to develop a draft policy for council consideration. We've highlighted 6 points that we'd like to work through here with the committee. And I will mention right out of the, just as we start looking at this, is that this is independent. This excludes the oil and gas easements. So this is just specifically irrigation, access and drainage, and with regards to MD of Tabor lands, and that is the agricultural lands, not to be confused with our lots and other parcels. So this is our MD of Tabor agricultural lands. So defining the roles and responsibilities. So as we approach looking at these easements going forward, again, and it was mentioned, best practices as far as going forward. What are the roles of administration and council? So we've identified those in the policy. So I don't want to jump around too much because Arliss is probably going to have a hard time following me here. But if you open the policy, there's the roles and responsibilities. So council would review and approve the policy. And so we would be, from administration's perspective, in implementing, we'd also bring recommendations to council for consideration, both to be approved and to execute leases. The administration would be responsible for executing agreements and compensation agreements as part of the easements and the emplacement or placing the easements. We also identified administration in the role of determining market value, and we definitely want to talk to the committee about this. Market value is determined by council, so defined by council what market value is. So there would be some value in looking at defining it in the policy and then providing direction that way, or considering it in the recommendation that we put in front of the committee, which would be allowing administration to use existing models such as the FCC, or using recent sales of lands, different types of lands, to expedite the process. So it would be looking for feedback from the committee with regards to this section, but that does outline the 2 roles. So there'd be council versus or council and administration, and then the 2 different distinctions. I think what I'll do is pause there and we can take a look at those 2 roles and we can talk about how that fits the expectations of the committee.
Okay, any feedback on this? I guess my question is, how has it been done?
So it was mentioned by Arliss that we've followed essentially the model that we've had with oil and gas, essentially where we are trying to continue to support the industry. So we get requests for a irrigation easement crossing across MD of Tabor lands, and in support of that continued growth, we would then pursue it. We try to apply some of the principles that are in the oil and gas activities policy that's in place. And that is around, low disturbance, trying to make sure we communicate no blanket easements. We want to know where they're going, try to work with companies to place them appropriately, and just to follow that similar process. And that's what we put to practice currently.
Okay, so we're just now implementing a policy on what you currently do.
Essentially.
Okay, Lane,
I'm prepared to make the motion that's recommended there. If we're ready to move forward with it.
there is 2 questions they want clarification on those, so we'll just make sure that if you're feeling okay with setting the price, yes, go ahead, Bryce.
Yeah, the market value is really a key one for us. It has been identified as part of our comprehensive look at land management that market value is as determined by council. And so as we look at market value here, it would be good to have some additional details in here, and that would probably be received well as an amendment in determining what market value is for the MDF Tabor for this application.
Very hard for us to put a dollar figure in because each property has something, but you would be coming then to council each time to set the market value on an easement?
Yeah, maybe to be a little bit, go a little more detail. So there's really was the 2 approaches. We are recommending that we allow administration for the size of these types of easements. We're talking about a couple of acres.
Right.
Just using some of our experience in seeing lands for land sales, looking at FCC annual reports for administration to be able to identify that market value based on those examples.
Those would be the things that council would expect to use for their own determination. So why would we want it to come here? Like that doesn't make sense to me. So, I mean, and the other things that you need clarification on, otherwise, I don't disagree with Lane that I would be prepared to support his motion number 1 on position of administration, but we don't want to miss something that you want us to address.
And the way it is worded in the policy is in support of that model where
Yes.
administration then would proceed with our experience of applying
Yeah.
sales.
So just a question in there, it talks like this is mostly happening up in BRID, a lot of stuff, but this would apply to SMRID, or if I personally had a field that I was trying to get irrigation water in a pipeline to go through, an individual farmer could also apply for this easement, right?
This would apply to all MDF Tabor agricultural lands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. There's some driving factors. There are some factors in the industry right now that are driving some more inquiries, and the expansion is definitely one of them. So,
yeah.
Is there any other thing you feel you need clarification on us, because at this point then Lane is ready to move position of administration number 1?
The only thing that I would add clarification to is that when this does come to council, it may have a bit more detail in the policy specific to the general approach that administration will use in setting that market value.
But that's all right for us because we have another chance.
Yep.
So Lane, if you're ready, you could read in number 1.
So I move that the Municipal District of Tabor Committee of the Whole refer the draft easements over MD Tabor lands policy and associated agreements to a future council meeting for further consideration.
Thank you. Any questions on the read-in motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. We recognize it's a ton of work, but the expectation is all of us have read it and have understood it and support it. So I know probably it feels like we're not giving it due time, but it's because you've done lots of work. Okay, Public Works, prioritization of road rehabilitation. Lace on, or Arliss, I guess, on the agenda, I haven't looked up my electronic. Has the new one been uploaded or it will be uploaded?
It will be uploaded, or is it uploaded?
It's
Yeah, yeah, it has not
Yeah,
yet.
that's fine, just so that we can make sure that Councillor Condor has access to this same paper.
Yep, and I will be shortly here just putting that onto the presentation screen as well.
Okay,
Might be a little bit easier to read that way. Just as a general comments from myself, I'm gonna let Corey speak to the more detailed or expert side of things. Our hope from an administration perspective, we may or may not get there today, but our hope is to ultimately establish like a 3 to 5 year forecast with respect to some of these specific roads or projects that we'll call them that are referenced in terms of what council I don't want to say would like to see, but has a tolerance to see from a level of service perspective. What I'm about to say, I don't necessarily want us to slow us down in some other initiatives as well, but it is also connected somewhat to, was it item 8.1 from the money, from the finance funding perspective. That being said, we still need to plan appropriately, get an idea of what we as administration can plan for over the next 3 to 5 years. And then we'll have to deal with the funding side of things as well. Somewhat, I guess, in this context, simultaneously. So sorry to confuse us right off the bat, but I'll let Corey speak to the specific agenda item here. Do you want me just to go straight to the spreadsheet?
Yeah,
Wait a
go
second.
straight to the spreadsheet. Okay. Thanks, Arlis. Yeah, so I've been with the municipality 5 years now.
Sorry, no, I'm having a tech issue.
I thought maybe he didn't like me being here for 5 years. When I got here, I remember seeing all the oiled roads and how they've expired past their lifespan. And I remember asking, what are we going to do with these roads? It's been a topic that I've tried to put in front of council for 5 years. As we keep pushing this down the road, roads continue to fall apart. The traffic continues to intensify, get larger. I really think we need to make a decision and a plan to move the municipality forward. Arlis has put up, and I think you've got a copy of our forecast right now. I do want to just reiterate that this is a snapshot in time. So this is what we need to have done, or this is what administration sees needs to be done today. If you would ask me this 5 years ago, that list would have been different. If you ask me 5 years from now, the list is going to be different. Some of these roads that are on there that we're proposing just to overlay, for example, if we delay them another 5 years, they may be a full reconstruction, or they may get turned to gravel because they've deteriorated past the point of some sort of overlay. I guess what I'm trying to get through is that if we keep kicking this down the road, the costs aren't going to get any lower. So as it sits right now, we're proposing $60 million is needed today. I'm not asking for $60 million. What I'm asking for is some sort of plan. Do we say, okay, we're going to do this over 10 years? That's still $6 million a year that we need to come up with. Right now, we do road improvements and rehabilitations only when we get grant funding. We can't continue to do that, in my opinion. If we're waiting for grant funding, we'll never get this $60 million done in 20 years. I know that there's a lot of the roads in there that we're proposing to turn to gravel, and I know it's a contentious topic, and on administrative side, we've had residents come storming into my office talking about roads that we turned to gravel years before I got here. Was the communication when that happened done poorly? I don't know. Can I tell you that we'll get it right this time? Probably not. Will we strive to communicate with those residents the best that we can? I can tell you that we will try. Residents will not be happy, but for example, 18-0, that's 4 miles of road that we're proposing to, no, sorry, 15-2, so that's a 2-mile length to convert back to gravel. We're proposing $35,000 to do that. If they want hard surface to be basin paved, that's 2 miles is about $3 million. So I remember I sat in front of council and you guys asked me what I estimated our cost is right now for hard surfaces, and I said 80 million. I don't think I was too far off. If we wanted to keep every single hard surface road a hard surface road, I believe it would be north of 80 million to keep everything a hard surface.
Everything that's currently a hard surface.
That's right.
Yeah, in today's dollars.
We don't have a machine to do to convert back to gravel. We would have to either hire a contractor to come in and pulverize the asphalt and mix it into the base. I am in discussions with other municipalities right now that have the machine and whether they're willing to rent it to us. There is some option there. They seem open to it, so they're just trying to figure out what that cost would be. So we could do that in-house. It would just be a rental, and we would convert our road construction crew over to something like this. We would stop doing shoulder pulls for a year or a few years, and tackle some of these projects. Now, all these recommended types of repairs, those are what we have currently in our toolbox, not to say that something else might come up. I'm currently in discussions with a supplier on different product, a trial product that I may want to try next year. And it could produce, or they're promising to produce a hard stabilized base for a haul road. So there could be other alternatives coming as time goes on, but as I stated, this is today's snapshots.
So the optimistic side, or the positive side out of this, is endeavoring to make a plan moving forward. Right? Can't really change what's in the past.
Oh, I just have a question, sorry. Just with our experience with the rebuild that you guys did past it was range with 13.5 for the haul of all this asphalt coming out. My wife's American, so she says it asphalt. We say it asphalt. Anyway, asphalt to the highway. And this has been crazy intense amount of trucks, like way more than this Purple Springs Road is taking right now, right? Hundreds of trucks, a week coming out. Like, are we totally against looking at just a heavy duty gravel road on that Purple Oil Road? Like, these bills are just so big that, like, we've got to look at some massive tax plan or, alternate, but just that road seems to go from nowhere to nowhere. I mean, it connects two highways, I get it, but there's not a town at either end of those highways, right? Purple Springs is no longer a town. Like, it's been wiped out by the new highway. And so it's like, I don't know, I just think obviously the residences there are gonna be, and the school, I feel bad about the school, but a really well-maintained, heavy-duty haul road type gravel road is still a really good road, compared to so like I'm not sure how you can convert, oil to gravel that inexpensive, like it seems like a crazy good deal to be able to go. Still takes equipment and, you got to pulverize it and get it and then put gravel, there's still a lot of work, it seems to me. It seems like that maybe it might cost a little bit more than that, but it's still not going to cost $13+ million. Anyways, just this conversation we're going to have as we go to the, we're going to make more money. There is always going to be this trade-off. Do we, would the residents rather have maintain a tax rate, or would they rather pay more for that? It's just a crazy amount of money to come up with that, $60 million. And on some of these hard surfaces, I know there's some big intensive farmers that would rather not have hard surface. And so I don't think it's completely irrational discussion.
Yeah, I will reiterate that the plan that's in front of you right now has been run through the transportation master plan. So all of their thresholds. So anything that has a traffic count associated with it, the decision of whether it's being converted to gravel or an overlay or base and pave is run through that transportation master plan. Anything that doesn't have a traffic count, that's administrative opinion. So I guess going back to Purple Oil, it says base and pave. I believe that would be, and Craig can correct me if I'm wrong, but the driving factor of that is the traffic counts on that road. That's not necessarily what we need to do. If everyone's in agreement to go back to gravel, then that decision can be made. But what I'm trying to produce is something that's non-biased, right?
Yeah, and to add to that, the transportation master plan is there as an informational tool, determining levels of service, right? In this context, whether it's base and pave or soil cement stabilization or gravel, that level of service lies with council and information provision recommendation from administration. But at the end of the day, the level of service determination lies with council. And council does have protections in place from the MGA perspective to work within available resources. So.
So I question the same as David, the Purple Oil. And I just need to have a better understanding why that road needs to be base and pave. It just looks like a lot of work to get that road up to that standard when there's so many coulees and wet spots and different things. And if it's because of the school, I don't think that's the right reason. I think you slow a school bus down and
the context of why it's suggesting base and pave
Yeah.
is the result of the transportation master plan and
Right.
traffic counts.
okay. Same as then Range Road, it's 116.4.
Yeah.
The traffic counts are daily traffic counts?
Yep.
And when it says 420 traffic count, 90 large traffic counts, are those, is the 90 come off of the 420 or is it add additional to?
I believe it's included in the 420.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I will say that, you know, if you talk to engineers and they go by Alberta transportation requirements, they will not even look at changing a gravel road to a hard surface if it's not above 200. Yeah.
Yeah, for the first time I did hear residents say, yeah, maybe we better go to gravel, but there better not be dust. And I was like, well, you should come to my house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd like to know, I guess, way back before any of our times, but why are there stretches of paved road out in the middle of nowhere? Like, I'll talk my area, 4 miles here and 6 miles there. And at that time, it was only built for the traffic load that was at that time. Well, now everything is 2 and 3 and 4 more times heavier equipment or vehicles running on it, and more traffic, like with the traffic counts. So we're trying to bubblegum patch a old road that is past its due date and not have enough base underneath it. So sometimes the writing's on the wall in some cases, but you know, the residents won't think the same way. But the price is scary.
Do we have any idea why we have, I mean, I know a couple of them, but you know, I was thinking that's probably a Jack Dunsmore question because that's come up before. Why, how come?
I don't
Okay.
have certainty as to why some of the roads were done.
Yeah, the money wasn't maybe as.
Yeah. You know, some municipalities are still blade mixing cold mix on roads. Some of our neighboring municipalities are doing that. Is that an option? That's always an option, but with our intensive agricultural traffic and the amount of heavy loads, I just don't see it lasting as long. If it's something that people want to have happen, it needs to be planned that it's redone every certain amount of years.
Sean?
I see the only way to start redoing oil roads is to have them permanently banned. That's the only way they'll stand up. If there's any heavy traffic at all, they just don't stand up. It's only meant for, in my mind, it's only meant for light traffic, not heavy commercial traffic. So if we were gonna, and I'm not opposed to going down that road of visiting that, but I don't know if it's even possible to ban them 365 days a year.
David?
There's, in the county of 40 Mile, we have to try to get to some land over there, and because of these 50% permanent road ban roads, we can't get there without going all the way around the town of Bow Island and past Bow Island and then backtrack, because there's all these little sections of 50% road ban year round. Like, there's no farmers that are going to be like, oh yeah, let's do that. Like, it just doesn't work. And they still were redoing them, you know, because guys are sneaking on them at night and stuff like that. Like, they do still get abused and they still break down. So yeah, I see a good gravel road as a better option for most of our intensive agriculture area. It just isn't a good idea.
Yeah, we do have roads that are banned 365 days a year, so it is possible. We would have to redo our road ban policy because it does right now favor agricultural industry. So I get requests every time I ban a road to have people haul down it, and I technically have to give them an exemption, so.
And the reason we've kicked it down the road, so, I mean, Murray and John and I'll take the blame for that because we're the same people sitting at the table. is one, it's a heck of a cost, but people also, they're like, oh, well, we'd rather have a holy road than go to gravel. But it's getting too dangerous out there. I drive these roads, I'm like, I don't know what, I think we have to bite the bullet. And like I said, when I hear people for the first time saying, yeah, maybe we better go to gravel. Even though it's, yep.
But I guess we did convert some roads in my division from oil to gravel. And I received a significant amount of concern with the dust and the washboard because, you know, they had a semi-hard surface that was now taken away and back to gravel. And I understand their concern, but it has to be about the money as well. We deliver service, but we have to be able to afford to deliver it. This is I agree, we need to have a plan because without a plan, you can't change it. So I really like what you put in front of us. I think it gives us something to really think about. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I also don't want us to get lost on, if we convert these to gravel, which we need to do some of them for sure, where's the extra grader? Where's the extra people power to run those graders, the gravel? Like there is like that cost of investing in a hard surface or management of roads, because we all know there's some roads in the MD that could be graded and gravel, well, graded every day. And it's not realistic. I get it. But there's a cost element. When I look at this cost, this is just the capital cost. It is not the operational cost. And that's the part that I'm struggling with, like, and when you have a traffic count of 420, then is it worth that 13 million? Because the amount of effort for the next 20 years is significantly less. Yes, go ahead.
So I did kind of do a little bit of a maintenance cost kind of figure so that I could tell you guys some stuff.
Okay.
So for gravel roads, a class 1 gravel road, I've told you this before, it's about
Yeah.
$7,000 a mile per year. That includes the graveling, that includes the grading. An oiled road, what I could figure is about $1,500. That doesn't include redoing it at certain intervals. It's just purely going and crack sealing if it needs it done. A cement stabilized road is about $6,500 per mile per year. Again, that doesn't include what we're doing now is we're projecting to do an overlay after 15 years. If you include that cost to do that overlay in 15 years, that's $24,000, $24,500 a year that you'd have to factor in for maintenance of that road. A base and pave road is $4,500 a year, strictly maintenance year to year. But in 25 years, you should be banking on an overlay. If you add that cost onto there, that's $15,500 a year per mile for a base and pave. I think, and it's not just this municipality, every municipality in North America doesn't think about that 25 years. They like the $4,500 a year maintenance because it's nice, it's cheap. But they forget when 25 years comes around, who's paying for that?
Gotta replace.
Well, and even though we have this list, most of us in our division know that this is not exhaustive, right? Right away, I want to go on White Ash Road, the Cemetery Road. I'm like, it should be banned while the heavy trucks off because it's getting into So we all know that other roads besides this that get us past. How do you want to pay for this? How do you want to pay for this?
Well, with money, but the, sorry, but I think that will ultimately be determined, I'm sorry, just over the next 12 to 18 months as we go through the long-term financial planning, which includes revenue generation discussions. And it's not a great answer or a specific answer for you, but I believe that's what we need to look
So
at.
there's some side of me that, and I will take the blame, that we should have been building this in to our taxation during these last 8.5 years that I've been here. But everyone wants to keep taxes low, and so we did that. And it wasn't because of re-election. It was because we know how many dollars people have in their pockets. And we made a big shift already this year. But that's just to continue to operate. That's not continue to improve. And so the one conversation, I've talked to a couple counselors that I feel we haven't finalized, and that's going to come up. What are we going to do with some of potential sales or potential new projects? Where is that money going to go? But roads does feel operational. Like we should be able to manage it. It shouldn't just be the one windfall to pay for one thing. But I mean, I guess we have to do something.
Sorry, I think from an ongoing perspective, like operations and maintenance of the roads moving forward, I think that'll be a much more manageable conversation to have with council, even regardless of levels of service that are eventually set with respect to this list here. From a financial point of view, I think that discussion will be much more manageable. It's either the conversion costs or the capital costs based on what we decide, where that will be difficult. And yes, I do agree, we do need to incorporate it into our overall taxation or revenue generation discussion, whether that's through tax, whether the revenue is through taxation or alternative sources. That needs to be clearly focused through policy. Now I'm getting into the next agenda item ahead of time, but that needs to be clearly focused through policy, and those policies need to allocate portions of that revenue generation towards capital costs and or operating. Likely heavily weighted towards capital. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm always the bearer of bad news, but I just wanted to remind you that this is just roads that we're talking about. We do have to keep in mind that, as it stated in the memo, we do have water and wastewater infrastructure. We have stormwater drainage. We have facilities and buildings and parks. These all are deteriorating. So we have a project this year right now that we're doing for a sewer main replacement. That's just a short section of what needs to be done.
The opportunity side of that is to provide the satisfaction of providing public services, right? So
Right. I mean, which is what we
Quality-
need to do.
quality
But
of life.
thank goodness Bryce is there trying to make us money and Mike's just trying to manage the bank account. John,
So Corey, that list you gave us, class 1 gravel road, 7,000 per mile per year for maintenance gravel. Would that also include shoulder poles or gravel recovery? Or would that be on top of that?
That would be on top of that.
Okay, so that list that you gave us, I'm sure this is going to be coming to council. I would assume that. Would you be able to provide us with that list of how the maintenance costs of all those different categories that you listed out
We can.
in the memo? That would be really helpful.
Yep.
They were just on the other tab and I
Yep.
didn't print that, so.
Thank you.
So ultimately, you're looking, and do you see any of this year? I mean, you already have a budget, but
Council did allocate, sorry, Corey, council did allocate some funds, if I recall correctly, at the point of budget finalization and adoption into a roads reserve that could do some of it, but I don't want to commit to which ones that would be. That would be a little more, would require a little more purposeful recommendation on our part.
Yeah. The biggest one, the one we get the most complaints on is perp oil. But again, should something be repaired because of the amount of complaints? I don't think so. I think it should be scientifically based whether you're doing a repair or not. So we don't have $13 million this year or next year to do perp oil. But I think that if we could, us as administration and Craig, if we had an idea from council to say that, yes, we agree with this plan, then we can start proposing budgets in the future.
Or to make it more clear, and I'm agreeing with Corey here, but just to add additional perspective. If council wants to vary this, that's within, again, level of service is within your realm of responsibility. If you wanted to, if some of these that are being recommended as base and pave, if you wanted to see that go to gravel, well, that's the feedback we need and we'll adjust the plan accordingly. What's before you here will in some way, shape or form, based on feedback from you folks, come to council for adoption so that we can start making plans accompanied with funding strategies.
We have held off repairs on perp oil just for that reason. We don't want to continue to dump money into an asset that we may be demolishing in the future. I've seen it in other municipalities before. They spend money and then they redo whatever they spent the money on right away. And I don't like to see that, so.
So even if perp oil gets, if we decide to base and pave it, we'd still have to rip up what's there, is that right?
That's correct.
So regardless of the options, it's going to be ripped up? Whether it goes to oil?
There's some
Or
sections.
I mean,
right-
whether it goes to gravel or whether it goes to base and pave, is the pre-work the same?
So I'll back up a bit. So there are some sections that we have base and paved on perp oil right now. If we can get a large enough section that has been previously repaired, let's say, i.e. within the last 5 years, I would say, let's keep that section. We'll just work on the outside of that section and we'll just overlay to make it a nice smooth surface once we're done. But if it's past 5 years, you might as well just rip it up and rebase it and repave it.
Now this is in your, purple is in yours or is it in mine? It's in mine. Oh, jeepers. It just, I'm always like, because I do some work out in that area, but I'm always surprised when I get to the south end of that. Like, it goes to nowhere. I mean, it's a gathering, but it isn't really clear. But maybe in the master plan, they've looked at it and that's the best place, or is there a better place for a big road like that?
It ties into County of Warner as well, right? Because of the 877, 513. So there's a lot of traffic that uses that road, a lot, as you can see by the numbers. There's not that many residences on it, but it's a very well-used road. And there's lots of local traffic as well that uses it for connecting to Highway 3 and then back again.
Yeah. I'm not super knowledgeable of all the roads, but Department of Highways seem to feel this would be a very important connector road rather than have it go through your community of Grassy Lake
Right.
to move people through, right? Whereas that's a stressor for the community of having people get, right past the school, all of those issues.
But if, once we get the twinning done, there's kind of a bypass to the town.
Yeah.
And then maybe going south, like if it turned to gravel, guaranteed the account's gonna go down. People that are choosing it as a nice dust-free road are gonna go somewhere else. But, it's just for RMD, like if the department, I don't know, just at that big convention we went to in Edmonton, talking to a mayor in Ontario, like his municipality was a quarter of the size of ours, and he got $20 million to fix a road like this from the province. But we're not getting that money from the province of Alberta right now, $20 million to come in and fix a road. But if it's that important to the overall structure, like maybe we need to get, some higher level money to come in. It just seems like way too big of a bill for us to just take on as a municipality. Our mill rate, 50%, 55% on farmland, and we got $900,000. Like, this is off the scale of what we have the ability to tax for, right? And so unless we're gonna take all of the land that we're selling and put that all into cap, and maybe that is the best use, put in some really, really good long-term roads. Maybe a lot of people in 20 years would be really glad we did that. But it just seems like too big of a bill for us to even, comprehend. Like, it seems like somebody else higher up has either got to come up with some money, or it's got to go back to gravel and we put the pressure back on Highway 3 and reroute around it. Like, I just don't see how this is a thing.
Yeah, and once they're attempting, or we've been told that they're gonna try and get 877 to a band 3 status again. I'm hoping that will alleviate some of the traffic off of this road. But the people that I've talked to that use it because it's shorter for them to get to Lime West or to Tabor. It's just, they don't want to drive an extra little bit to go through Grassy Lake and around, so.
Okay, others who haven't weighed in. So not just maybe on these roads, but the general process and how we're gonna establish this.
I appreciate the information. It's absolutely essential that we know how big this problem is that we've got to resolve. The reality is we don't have funds in the 2025 or 2026 budget. We're going to be engaging in a discussion about how we can move forward with some kind of improved equity in revenue generation. I see no choice that we have other than to refer this to our 2027 budget after we have dealt with how we're going to move forward with addressing the equity in the tax base. We don't have access to funds to do any of this right now. And addressing the inequities in the tax base is the biggest challenge that we have got to deal with. And until we do that, we can't do any of this. I think that is where we have to place our emphasis as a council for the rest of this year, so that we're in a position to move forward in 2027 with a clear plan as to how things like this are going to be funded.
So with the money that's been allocated to this year's budget, is it just enough to patch and repair to make sure that no one gets, that our liability is reduced by making the road safer?
we're sticking to our typical basic maintenance that we can do within our existing operations. Yeah.
Okay. Murray and Ernie? And if you're good, that's fine.
Better start watering that tree and start producing more money. Yeah, I don't know, some of these roads that are past their lifetime should start converting some back to gravel, because I don't know how we're gonna, the bigger projects, I don't know how we're gonna fund them, but I know it's not, nobody's really give you an answer on moving forward or nothing yet.
Even the cost to convert it back to gravel is not in our budget. And how are we gonna fund it? In my mind, we're well aware of the challenge that we're facing. We have no way to address it with what we have in place right now.
If they know which roads that maybe gonna be convert back to gravel, they can budget for it for 2027 year, so.
Yeah.
So far, we haven't given no answers.
Yeah, I can appreciate that it's even difficult to give those answers when you don't have the funding side context behind us. There will be, I believe, in the near future, even if it is at the 2027 budget discussions or whenever, I think the next time administration brings this, we will be seeking council's preferred level of service for each of these projects. Even if the funding isn't figured out, we at least know what council's preferred level of service is, and that's just a basic starting point. Doesn't mean that the project's going to happen. It's just identifying and knowing what council's preferred level of service is for each of what's outlined in this list. At least it would impact the total dollar figure as well. Right, to know that, because this is just administration's, in quotation mark, unbiased suggestion and recommendation for each. But after council gives us the feedback and what their preferred levels of service are for each, then that could very well impact the dollar figure at the end as well. So that's something we will be seeking in the near future. So
Just to follow up to our list, we do historically over the last 5 years had a patching budget of $500,000-$600,000. If we knew the level of service for each one of these roads, we could use some of that budget to make those roads safe. But without knowing the level of service on a specific road, again, I'm not willing to spend that money, some of that $500,000-$600,000 of the patching budget on that road, not knowing whether it's going to be wasted or beneficial to the future of that level of service for that road. On top of that, I just wanted to say that the longer we don't do stuff with these roads, and we've seen this on the 15-2, the Happy Face Road, if sections get to a point where they become not repairable and unsafe to traffic, administration will be forced to turn it back to gravel. It won't be, it's not an option. And usually when that happens, there's very little discussion with residents and public about it.
Well, that was one of the things I wrote down right at the beginning when you started. Whatever we do, the communication to those local residents is critical. And even the fact that you messaged or Arliss messaged me when a section of that Happy Face Road, which was like 20 feet or 30 feet, was changed to gravel, I could at least give them, the residents, the heads up. No one was happy. They're still really grouchy about that. But now they're saying maybe it needs to all go to gravel. But you giving the elected official the chance to communicate, and not all of us will have all the numbers, right? I just happen to have all those guys' those folks' number along there. It's very, very helpful in maintaining positive relationships with our residents, that they're aware and they understand and they have input. Before I go, Corey?
Yeah, and we'll always strive to give as much notice as possible. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not gonna be, if we had planned a road to be turned to gravel next year, we would start engaging the public this year or 6 months in advance.
It becomes less of consultation and more of just informing. That's I think what you're trying to say.
I get that. Corey, did Craig want to add something at this time, or you wanna?
No, I kind
Okay.
of just echo what Corey's saying is, yeah, this is a snapshot in time. So I mean, like, it's bound to change quite a bit, and some of these repairs may not be the only option, but we're hoping these are the best option that we've selected here. And yeah, I realize it's a big number to see at the bottom there, but it's the realisticness of what's happening, and it's only roads, like Corey said. I kind of expressed that in the memo there too. That there's other things we need to look into too, and hopefully with the asset management plan that we have moving forward as well, it'll give us a better idea and some better tools to be able to show council what the state of infrastructure is going to be.
I'll go to John, but then if I'm hearing you correctly, you'd like us to give you at least in your top 10 some of our inkling of what this body wants to do next. Is that what I'm hearing, Arliss? I just don't know how long you want to keep kicking it down.
Well, if it's not done today, then
It's just
done-
kicked down.
It's done during the budget
Yeah.
discussion.
So I think what they're looking for, when I read the memo, is they want some direction, and whether we can go through the 34 projects or at least the first 10 to get an idea so they can make a plan. Because I think just do 34, it's not realistic, like in my mind as far as timeline. But I'm open to that as well. So I'll go to John, and then I'll look for a bit clear direction from the administrative team.
So when choosing some of these options, is there a way of residents or landowners along these routes at being able to do what we've seen in the past and pay for, I guess, a change? So if we're choosing to take a section back to gravel, would there be a way of residents and landowners be able to change that by offering to help assist in the payment?
I think that could be considered on a case by case scenario, or two, as part of the next agenda item 7.1. There's mechanisms that may strategically lend itself for those scenarios where residents want to pay for an enhanced level of service, right? So it's tough when all this is being discussed at once, but so I'll say maybe.
I think in the matter of time, we could go through these first 10 and to give an indication, at least that gives them a plan of how they're going to try to proceed with repairs and budgeting going forward. And again, that doesn't commit us to, if there's no money, we can't do it. But you want to be able to have what council feels is a prescribed level of service on those roads.
Yeah, preferred level of service.
With the understanding that it doesn't get done until 2027.
Until there's budget funds allocated to
Yeah.
them.
Okay.
Remember, Corey just said too that we do have some funding this year available to do some of the repairs, especially Purple Oil where it's really blowing up. Like we can attack that within weeks probably with the budget we have. So
Okay. All right, let's start with Councillor David Torrey's area. Along with your new subdivision in Grassy Lake. Okay, this road has been a big concern. It's Range Road 14-5 from Highway 3 to Highway 513. The recommendation is to do base and pave. And again, we had a transportation plan that was, I don't know, 6 months in the making with a company who evaluated and went through all of our roads. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that, you should. This was one of those roads that they said should continue base and pave. It should be upgraded. The travel and people, I mean, I'll tell you, initially I thought it should just go to gravel, but when I went back and looked at the transportation guideline and when I see this, but I'm looking for some other assurance, and we have to have an understanding of what that road would probably require grader all day, like every day, if it goes to gravel. Just the makeup of the road.
Just a question on that road. I do worry about dust with school buses, just with, passing big trucks and stuff. On some of these haul roads, they've been using a lot more calcium, like long stretches, not just in front of the houses. But that's got to be, obviously there's a budget. We saw, it's whatever, 21 cents a liter or whatever it is for that. But it does hold the road together a bit too, right? Like it's kind of surprising how that calcium almost makes a bit of a temporary, when you break through that hard surface though, then is it a real pain to go in and fix it when it's got calcium, or the graders can break it up pretty easy? And
The graders can break up that calcium. We can put a special blade on that will break it up really easy, or we just wet it with a water truck and get it softened out.
But obviously just the idea of base and pave for 25 years, like say you go in and fix a few cracks and stuff, but it's pretty, driving calcium trucks every year. It doesn't even last the whole season, right? Like you have to go and reapply all the time. It's messy, sticks to the vehicles, like it's not ideal for sure.
Yeah, I think that's the plan for Highway 25, is to go back to gravel, but calcium the whole thing.
On which one's that?
That's an Alberta Transportation Highway up
Yeah.
by Enchant.
Okay, that's what they're gonna do, hey, and they're just gonna keep wetting it down. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that you're gonna find a good alternative for next year that that might work for less money than the base and pave on this thing. That would give us haul road base, but not at that same price. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the theory of calcium, and I like that it keeps the dust down. I don't like that makes things deteriorate faster, like equipment and vehicles. And we do get a lot of complaints from specialized farmers that don't want the calcium on their products. So to do a whole section of road will really restrict people from driving down there. Like I said, I'm dealing with some other polymers right now. There's a company that makes a polymer that I'm trying to maybe trial next year. And that might be an option, but I'm not willing to put it as an option right now.
So can you help us understand, is there some contamination to food products or whatever if they drive on these calcium roads with certain?
Well, for example, we calciumed a road in front of a facility. All of his trucks were tracking it into their facility, and they can't have the product mixing with food grade materials, so.
It's just so darn hard on vehicles and yards and like. So, it's already 11:58. Let's go through these 10 before we break for lunch. So. Base and pave, apply for a grant, see what we can come up with. But I don't know if, like, to do it all in 1 year, that was the best price proposal, right? I'm
And
looking
some
f-
of these we can do multiple years.
Okay. So I'm just looking for a head nod. Is this the way we try to proceed? Murray?
Should we convert part of it back to gravel? The worst parts, or that would be a break in the middle of the whole stretch, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's probably the plan for any hard surface right now is if it gets bad, we'll turn it to gravel, but it breaks that continuity. Like if you're looking for something to be a hard surface from one road to another one and you have 3 sections of gravel, well, you might as well just turn it all to gravel.
well, I hate that Jensen Road, how it's been done now, because it's dangerous having that cut piece. It's just, it doesn't flow, it slows people down, but someone's gonna have a.
Yeah.
So what do we wanna do? See if they can come up with the money and figure it out?
Well, I mean, I think that should be our goal, is base and pave on this, but I just don't see how we're gonna do it with just taxes. I think if this is an important road, we gotta go after the province or somebody to at least help with it. 50% makes a big difference, if they, join us.
We haven't seen those kind of dollars from the province lately, and especially after the bypass into Grassy Lake and twinning of that highway, I'd be shocked if they're gonna put money that way, but we can apply. Lane,
Is there even a funding program to apply under?
we call it
Resource
Resource
Road.
Road.
That's all, that's historically been limited by the traffic counts,
But has Resource Road funding been allocated to another project that you've already got in the works?
yeah. We just applied for the
For a different road?
confined feeding operation up north of Engine, but yeah.
So, yes, there's a program, but we've already applied for a different road under that program.
And I believe, Arlis, you can, or Mike can correct me, but I believe under that program, you have to show that it's an increase. Past a dramatic increase to the
Yeah.
traffic volumes. So this, I don't think would be classified as a dramatic
Yeah,
increase.
this has
It's
just been
a steady
consistent year
increase.
over
Yeah.
year.
Okay, I mean, if we said we were gonna go back to gravel on it, they need some guidance, and this, when you think I'm being a bit belligerent and pushing you, I am, because this is what's happened year after year after year, and we just decide, we'll just look the other way and hopefully someone else will fix that road, which of course they won't, because it's our responsibility.
But can we have this discussion after we talk about the money? I feel like I'm totally blind. Like, if we don't have a plan, I'm not willing to go into a mill rate meeting and say we're gonna jack it by 400%, the mill rate.
So I think what they're looking for right now, because you're right, all three of these the next discussions are related, but they're looking for, what do you see as the level of service on these certain kinds of roads? This giving a head nod or an indication of level of service doesn't commit our dollars. We are not at that point where we can commit the dollars, but they need to know, if we're not gonna look at base and pave for purple, and we're gonna look at going to gravel, then don't put any any black tar into that
Right.
lane.
I'm prepared to suggest that we just look at converting the road to gravel, convert it back to gravel. That'd be your service level.
Okay, and that's what they're looking for. I'm not opposed to that either, but if we are looking at converting all our hard surfaces to gravel, that's what they want to know. Are we going to that level of service?
So are we gonna go through these one at a time? Because even if we do that, we're gonna have to figure out which one's gonna be the highest priority for converting it back to gravel. there has to be some kind of a ranking.
Well, they do have the ranking here,
Okay.
1 to 34. This is not in just
Okay, so-
numerical, these
yeah.
are in priority ranking. And so that's a discussion. If the MD of Tabor will no longer have hard surface roads, we'll start converting things back to gravel, then is it a haul route gravel? Is it, and you know, because there's different criteria there. We're not trying to be difficult. They're trying to figure out what level of service does council want to provide our residents? And how are we going to achieve that? And yes, it does all come back to money. I mean, as much as I cringed at Arliss's answer, it's not lost on me that whatever decisions we make is about money. And then once we do that, because we know how many kilometers, we are already in a shortfall, in my opinion, of the number of graders and the number of operators to maintain a level of service for gravel roads. And we will need to add that to our contingent once we start converting our roads to gravel. And that's not meant as a don't do it. It is that will be part and parcel of what our operating budget is. And that will have to be quite immediate. If we convert this road to gravel, we'll need another grader and another person because we're already short.
Okay, just chime in here a little bit. For Purple Oil, I want to say like that's hopefully our expectation of the highest cost that it's going to be. There are sections of that. I think we stated in a previous memo that some of the road is in decent condition. Some of it's been previously repaired. So there are some patches that are good. This number specifically, I spent a ton of time on this road because we just had constant issues after issues, spending money on maintenance and potholes and stuff. There are sections that are decent, and this number's more grabbing the entirety of the whole road. So with that in mind, there are sections that we don't need to touch right away. Like Corey said, if it's been 5 years or 5 or more, then this is definitely something we'll be looking at. But some of the spots are in good shape. So I'm not trying to influence your decision, but just giving you as much information as I can. There are sections that are good enough for now that will last a handful of years for a more of a phased kind of approach.
Late.
But if
And
the
then
plan
David.
is to eventually revert this back to gravel, I think that provides the direction that those sections that blow out, we're not going to repair them. Those sections will be reverted back to gravel. And eventually the whole thing will be, if that's the direction that council provides. Is that not what the expectation is?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the-
So on this one, I'm suggesting that the decision needs to be that we revert it to gravel.
So what if we paid, like from the school south, and it's a feeder more to bring people to Highway 3 rather than connect to the south? Like I said, I don't know, like I said, when I go south, I just don't know why we're even going out there, but it does connect to another highway, but still, there's lots of good gravel roads. Like, is that half of the distance? The school's about halfway down or it's most of the way?
It's most.
Darn it.
It's most of the way to the south. It's
Yeah.
about a third to the way.
Yeah, there's only 3 more miles past the school or something like that. Yeah.
I think it might only be 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is too.
So, like, obviously, we're going to talk about this afternoon, but if we sold some land and fixed the road, did base and pave, we'd still have to increase our tax systems to somehow build in the next replacement. Like, that we're dealing with this because we just haven't done that yet. And so, even if we use the land sales to get our roads up, we still have to have a plan that has not been in place. But if we revert it to gravel, it is a much smaller long-term plan. Like, we just like level of service is gravel. So every time we decide to fix one of these, it's gonna be 25 million to rebuild it next time. It's gonna be at least double again. And we're just not able to raise our, anyway, it's. Oh, man. I don't think it's fair that this council is dealing with this many roads that haven't been planned for. And so do we do that to the next group, 20 years from now, or do we bring a more realistic level of service into what our residents want to pay for? Like, I think if anybody on one of these hard roads obviously wants it replaced, but as a municipality as a whole, when I talk to people, they're not excited about a whole bunch more cost. They're not. They think prices should go down, not up, on taxes.
And which is why when the past councils and councils before even me, they just carried on and went, well, we have a way to get money, we'll pay for it when we need it. But all of North America is faced with that, right? Right from water, sewer, and roads. So I agree with you, David. We should take some responsibility now to figure it out. But it does feel very burdensome. But this is not the first time we've seen this list or the second time. We've seen it every year I've been on council. And every year we've just kind of kicked it down the can. Well, it's not good. Municipal governments have notoriously operated this way to our shame.
So whatever we're doing with this list is going to set the direction for the 2027 budget. Is there an expectation that we walk out of the meeting today with a clear direction for the 2027 budget as it relates to this list? If it is, what do we need to do? Does it have to be done today?
The other alternative I would suggest, if it's not done today, is that it be done as part of like our initial budget discussion, like very initial. And we typically do capital budget in August, starting in August. So again, I'm not promoting kicking it down the road further, but the discussion needs to be had at some point very soon. Or some basic element of direction needs to be set. And I get some of the frustrations around the funding side of it, but that's an active bus in the background as well.
So go ahead, Lane.
I just don't see how we're equipped to get into it to this level of detail today. I don't know the details on these roads, and if you're looking for specific direction from council today, I'm not comfortable with jumping into it and providing what your expectations are for an outcome today. I recognize that there's a need for it. What we've got to do is provide direction for the 2027 budget. There's no question about that. It needs to be the first thing that we deal with when we get into the 2027 budget, but I can't see how we're going to come up with something today that meets your expectations for this being on the agenda.
So council as a whole, what would you need? So, I mean, we can stop this conversation and go work on the the equitable taxation plan review and see if you think it will be there. But what information do you need to help prioritize these road rehabs? Right? We do already have the transportation master plan. This is a horrible discussion to have, a hard one. Horrible is maybe not the right word. But what information will you need beyond administrative priority on what needs to be done? and when it needs to be done.
I guess maybe I haven't said this clear enough, but based on our experience with very intensive agriculture and gravel hauling and everything on a rebuilt gravel road, most of us would rather have a good gravel road in my area than a hard road. And so it might be a hard pill to swallow, but if it's gonna make, like, I don't want this discussion to then drive that we're going to have to do a certain level of business tax on everybody in order, anyway, I don't think that, I'd rather have a wider, like a 9-meter, gravel, good haul gravel road than an 8-meter paved hardtop. It feels tight and, the curbs. I'd rather have and so, I don't know, I think if people realize that a good gravel road isn't the end of the world, if it's something that we can long-term actually be sustainable on, I'd rather do that than, anyway, it's from being new, but I felt like I totally got blindsided when we got to budget. We'd already voted on fire trucks and different things like that. No, this is fun. Yeah, let's do a fire truck. And then when it comes to the budget discussion, 55%, and we didn't hardly get any money out of it. And I got angry people all over the place. And so if we say, yes, we want high service level on all this, like, okay, let's do that. And then let's all resign from, from the council before the bomb blows up, right? Like, because it's not going to be fun to come up with this money. And unless we decide that we're going to use a whole bunch of the land sales to rebuild these roads, but then we still have to figure out a way that we could have a long-term plan to be ready to rebuild them in the future if we're going to keep putting in hard surface.
So again, I agree with everything you said, minus the resign from council because there'll be a bomb. Because that's what we are here for, is to deal with the hard things. And I'm not going to take council as the full blame for us not having adequate resources. I'll put some of that on administration because I watch what's happening in Calgary. I see them go, well, those councils didn't fix the water main. Well, pretty soon someone has to pound their fist on the table and say, it has to be fixed or else Calgarians won't have water. So the MD of Taber is not much different than that. So if I do anything in this last 3.5 years, it'll be to make a plan for service level and how the heck we can pay for it and not be worried. We have to worry about taxes, but what's the plan? And that's what when I read this memo, that's what administration's asking us. And we can say, well, we don't have the money. Well, then are we willing to have high risk liability roads? Because that's what we're getting to.
Yep.
So we need to have a priority plan of what we're going to do and how much information do we need. I can't tell you whether that road is bad or good. I have to rely on administration. So I'm frustrated too that my whole time being here, we haven't done much with roads. And one of my reasons I came here was to figure out how fire should reunite. Haven't done that. And figure out how to have better, safer roads. Haven't done that. So I have 3.5 years to figure this out. Because you're right, not one of us will be reelected if we don't figure something out.
Exactly.
And pushing it down time and again, like, what do you need?
I don't think we should push it down the road either, but I think Lane has probably been our biggest advocate for, fair taxation and figuring out how we're going to do that. But I think it's very fair that he's saying, let's just turn it, like, if we want to just push for more income and a bigger system, we need to really get people ready for this. This is going to cost more for every single one of us. And if we're not interested in that, and it's going to regardless, but we need to be able to realize that a really good, well-maintained gravel road can be, in a lot of these situations we're looking at here, a very good alternative. But if we can come up with a better alternative next year, I'm all for better roads, but based on this model, I don't see how it works.
So before I'm going to just I'm not opposed to it all going to gravel. What I'm trying to get to is, as a council, we need to decide, are we good with converting back to gravel? And if we are, that gives them the direction they need. That's what they're waiting for, is what level of service are we willing to provide? And then as the budget becomes available, that's when we'll do it. And conversion is still part of a cost. I'll go to Lane, then to Corey.
Well, going back to the purpose stated in the memo.
Yep.
The purpose of this memo is to support council's upcoming discussion regarding roadway capital investment priorities. I'd like to just stop it right there. Discussion, upcoming discussion. It's here for us. The way I read this, it's information for an upcoming discussion. Let's refer this to the 2027 budget, and it's going to be the first matter that we deal with.
Corey?
I just want to talk about, David talked about that Hall Road. We have a road use agreement on that road with the contractor. So I would hate for you to base your decision to turn something to gravel, hoping that what we'll produce is a road like that. Because they have a grader, they have a water truck, they have a whole fleet of equipment dedicated just for that road. We don't have the manpower, and that's not in our operational plan right now to be able to maintain roads to that ability. That would be nice, but we don't have the money or
Yeah.
the plan to do that.
No, I realize that, but that road right now is taking traffic like Highway 3, like big trucks every couple of minutes. And so I think if you built a good road like that at our normal usages, they would last. Anyway, but you're right. No, you're absolutely right. But yeah, it's like hundreds of trucks are going a day on that road right now. And so, yeah, they have to do more regular maintenance. But like the big farmers in that area, the big feedlot owners, they do not want hardtop. They want gravel so that they don't have the liability of breaking up, asphalt, and they don't want road bans. And so, anyway.
Okay, Lane has suggested that we just carry on and we'll accept this for information. And so let's put that in the form of a motion to receive this for information and have it as priority for the 2027 budget. Because that's what I'm not sure if we're not going to discuss how we're going to deal with them, then at least we have something on the books to have come back.
Can I also make one little suggestion? Is there a way to get an AI summary of the master plan to kind of get all of council? Because some of you that have been on council for a long time are more aware of how all that works, but just so that we know what that, I don't know how big the document is or whatever, but just to get us educated on the master plan, so that we can make these decisions with a little bit more information, because I just really don't know enough about these roads.
Yeah. So I don't know about the AI. It is a big document. And the only thing that I know about it is what I read myself, because I wasn't involved. None of the counselors who were on that committee are at this table. So we got a summary from administration, like just here it is, and we accepted it. But we weren't as involved. So what I know about it is from my own reading, but I'm sure we can pull it up and do an AI summary. But it is in our council, what's that called, Lace? The documents for council.
It's on our website too.
Yeah.
On the website, it's just called the Road Use Master Plan,
Transportation Master Plan.
Transportation Master Plan.
Kind of tried to summarize, I guess, in the background of the memos that we've recently been talking about Purple Oil Road. Just anything pertinent from the transportation master plan that has been included in these discussions. And, anything important that we can draw from that, I've tried to capture that and do those in these memos too. So, yeah. It's kind of there, but I mean, there's probably a lot that isn't too. So it's a big document.
It's quite I mean, from a layperson's perspective, it's quite an easy read.
Mhm.
I'm sure lots of technical data went into developing it, but it is meant for someone like me to read and get an understanding. Want to do your own motion, or do you want it to see what they have crafted? Well, there it is.
Voila, there it appears.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I'll move that committee of the whole recommend council consider the proposed hard surface road rehabilitation priorities as part of the 2027 budget deliberations.
Kate, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Yeah, go ahead.
Now, recognizing that this doesn't provide any direction if there is some kind of a blowout to deal with, do we need to do something else that will give you what you need if something of that nature happens?
If there's a blowout, we're gonna make it safe, whatever that means. So, like, if there's a traffic safety issue, we're gonna make it safe first and foremost, and let council know.
Yeah, that's part of our operations. So.
Okay, we're gonna take a recess till 1.
So this particular memo ultimately is introducing a draft terms of reference for discussion and feedback as committee would like to see if adjusted in any way that they would prefer. But this is derived from the strategic planning, strategic priorities that council had set earlier this year. So I guess at the very least, in an effort to start getting some wheels moving on this, I figured that kind of a terms of reference for that particular project would be a good place to, at the very least, start, so that there's a common perspective, common approach amongst council moving forward on the initiative. Couple of things before I get into more of the detail. I just want to reference the outcome isn't necessarily like a plan document. I envision, or at least my perspective, and that can change based on council's preferences, but I envision more of a policy framework being the outcome of this exercise and this activity. So in other words, policies are decisions of council. So whatever decisions and directions council lands would be codified into policy and not any sort of plan document. I still do, just from a bigger picture organizational perspective, I still do believe, I don't know if council will afford me this grace, but I still do believe we should complete the land management plan, or at least the core policies of the land management plan, before getting into this deeply, just from a perspective of administrative capacity. Again, just my perspective. The terms of reference that's attached in here for council, it's intended to be somewhat specific or focused, but at the same time provide for options of flexibility. The tone in which I tried to draft the terms of reference, or we tried to draft the terms of reference, is one that proposes eating the elephant one bite at a time, because we won't make much progress if we try to do everything all at once. So review options one at a time that exist, and it does focus on existing options within the Municipal Government Act. And then if there's a phase 2, then that could be more of a advocacy initiative after that first phase of reviewing existing tools that are already permitted within the Municipal Government Act. So that's kind of the context in which the draft terms of reference are being presented and put forward for discussion. So with that, does council have any specific questions or thoughts or feedback they wanted to provide back to administration on this? This is something I'm hoping once it meets committees, or once committee is sufficiently happy with how it is, then I would want to see it go to council for approval, and we would use this as the basis of moving forward on that initiative that council identified as a priority. So does council have any questions, thoughts, or feedback with respect to what's before them?
Anyone? To me, it's a reflection more or less of what we're already doing. It's
Not quite.
okay.
Definitely from a property taxation perspective, yeah, we collect property taxes. But it does outline that there's various revenue generating opportunities or permissions within the Municipal Government Act that can be applied if council so desires. Certain circumstances, certain scenarios drive when those are used, but that's what this is proposing, is to explore those and when it may or may not be appropriate to use those within the MD of Tabor. So there's a list on page 69, and this list I will say is not all inclusive of what's in the Municipal Government Act. There's just some of them, but revenue generating capacity can be realized through such mechanisms. We all know property taxation, but fees and charges as well, franchise fees, local improvement taxes, various different types of special taxes, and that including business tax or aggregate tax, offsite levies, if that's even a consideration, business licensing, if you have a scenario like that, and investment income, which, sorry, Tamara, that's a reality too.
Well, when I say that reflects, these aren't new options. These are all available in the MGA. It's just whether we've exercised them.
Right. Yeah.
So my dreamscape was that it would be something profound, but these are all at our disposal. David, go ahead.
And reading through these, obviously, got me thinking about whether this local improvement taxes, could you use that for a road? Like, could you say people within 2 miles of this road, in either direction, or however you could define it, or you could put up like, obviously toll roads are an obvious way of doing it, but for us, it would be easier to do it as a tax. But let's say some farmers in the area want to maintain the hardtop. They're like, we want to keep it. We're happy to be part of it. Then could we just set it up as simply something like this?
I think there could be strategic scenarios where that may be relevant. And I would want to, as a part of this project, look at each of these options and see which scenarios would lend itself most amenably to an example such as that, right? And then draft a policy of such that council can be confident in those decisions moving forward.
So do you want to talk about each of these one by one, or like how do we, because I mean, we talked to Fortis up at Kananaskis. They would love to come and meet with us and talk about franchising fees and those kind of things. Like, or do we want to kind of set, or just more of a broad framework?
So today the intention was to try to establish that broad approach to tackling this initiative, and then we would investigate each of these options individually together with council. So we would talk about those in depth over the next 6 to 8 to 12 months of each of these scenarios, when it might be appropriate, how it could be reasonably be incorporated, and the details of each. Does that answer? I know it's not necessarily talking about every option that's noted here today in detail.
Right.
It's just setting out essentially a plan for us to follow as a group.
What we're talking about doing here is going to be a fairly significant change in the game. And I'm wondering if we need to look at right from the beginning, build some kind of a support group that we would reach out to and engage in coming up with the solution together. If it's just council that has this conversation, it's going to be perceived as a council decision that has been imposed on the people without them having an opportunity to be directly involved in coming up with the solution. And the broader the base we engage right from the beginning, the more likely it's going to be to avoid an outright war when it comes to implementation. And I'm just wondering if there's interest that we would have in actually identifying specific groups that we would like to reach out to, help them understand why we're even going down this path. The information that we discussed this morning about $100 million required to address immediate and pressing infrastructure needs would be part of the information that we would outline as to why this process is even necessary. But if we were to reach out to the Potato Growers Association, the Sugar Beet Growers Association, is there a feedlot group that we could reach out to and let them know that this is a priority that council has identified that we need to work on together as a community, and we're wanting them to be involved in coming up with the long-term solution that will help us move forward together with a clear direction and a clear path for resolving the challenge that we're facing. In my opinion, if we don't broaden the process to include them right from the beginning, we're going to have a battle on our hands, and it's not going to be well received because it's not going to be understood as to why we're doing it. And the broader the base that we pull in right from the beginning, the more informed people become as to why this is even being considered. And I would really like to encourage us to consider expanding it as much as possible and bring them in, them being the public to the fullest extent possible, right from the beginning.
So you're kind of suggesting the idea of like a representative focused group, kind of. Yeah.
You didn't identify residential or non-residential in that either, though.
Well, if we're going to set up a focus group, we need to be able to make sure that a broad base of interests that are out there operating in the community are represented in that group. Clearly, there's a few sectors that are having the largest impact, and they're probably in the end going to be most affected by whatever we end up doing in the end as well. And if we don't make a deliberate attempt to bring them into the process and be part of developing the solution, it's not going to go well. We need to include residential, we need to include non-residential as well. But in my mind, the ones that have the greatest potential to be impacted need to be at the table when we're developing whatever we end up coming up with. And they need to understand why it's necessary.
Like we meet with these groups as we had the intensive, what did we call it? Not just feedlots, but all of the, they're organized right into groups. And if we had, at least a representative from each of the main potato growers, sugar beet growers, the confined feeding operation group, and it would be, I think it's critical. I think that they have a lot of reasons to get organized within those groups to help drive this process where they're going to be very unhappy with the outcome. And so I've been talking to a lot of the intensive farmers in my area saying, if you guys don't get together and start coming up with an industry plan, then we're going to have to come up with something but it's probably going to have to happen together somehow.
Yeah, we can't expect them to voluntarily come to us and say, we know that you've got a problem, here's what you can do to fix it. This is our issue. We've got to be the ones that drive it, but we've got to bring people on board to be part of the journey in getting to that destination. And if they're not on board right from the beginning and part of developing the recommendations that ultimately will have to be approved by council, and it will have to be clearly communicated that this is a council decision. But I would like to see us do whatever we can to make sure that there's a broad base of support, broad input that's been received right from the beginning. Sorry, I'm almost wondering, and I appreciate what has been brought forward. I'm almost wondering if we should be looking at having an outside facilitation provider assist with the whole process. And I'm not questioning the ability of staff to lead this. That's not the case at all. But if there's an opportunity to bring in somebody that is independent of the organization and to facilitate that process from the outside, I think it would be helpful and provide for any concerns regarding objectivity going into this process.
So I have a number of questions for you. So what's the start at the table? Like, what's the first idea that you have to like, the ultimate idea is to figure out how we can operate the municipality financially and the level of service we want to provide.
Well, I think ultimately what we have to do is identify out of this process how we're going to fund the operations of the municipality for the foreseeable future. And the information that we reviewed this morning regarding how urgent it is for us to be able to generate $100 million, it's staring us right in the face.
I agree. 100% I agree with you.
And that needs to be the message that everybody in the community hears first and foremost. This is an immediate and urgent reality that we're facing. And nobody's going to like the outcome if council just sits around here and makes a decision without engaging with the public that's going to be impacted. They need to be brought into the process and given an opportunity to understand what the problem is, what the options are, and what some solutions could be. And the sooner we open the door for that to begin, the better.
We actually did this once 2 years ago. We brought in an outside person, almost 3 years ago now, an outside person to lead us through the land use policy, had someone who was objective, didn't have one side or the other. We sent, and they led all the things. Council was there not to speak. And people were invited, invitations were sent to all of the parties involved, all the groups you named, plus many others, plus twice direct mail outs. We thought we had a plan, and then we had an election and that plan changed. And so I did feel we had a solution to solve some of our financial problems. But instead, we have now had a group of people continue on with the privilege of having access to land. So I'm not going to balk at you having a focus group, but we've done it already and it blew up. We had a plan, and I clearly can tell you where 90% of Division 4 residents, what they wanted for that land. And we listened to them, and I have a text list of 90 people that I text regularly on what's going on with MD. So to meet with them or not, and who do we pick? But it frustrates me to death when we did have a solution to figuring out our money problems. And it was a long-term solution that didn't get rid of grass. And we did have public consultations, more than this MD has ever had. And I saw Ernie at one of them, and I didn't see either of you at the others. So to say we should have focus groups and someone from the outside, we did that so we could remove our bias, and it still didn't work. So I know I'm sounding very frustrated, but I am. But I'm open to it because I believe people matter. But it did not work out for one of our projects that we were trying to solve some of our financial and to maintain the environment.
If I might, and I appreciate that there was some deviation from what was originally put forward from that process that you're referring to. In response to that, it's not like the final outcome was a case where everything that was gleaned through that process was thrown out the window and we started all over again. I don't see that being the case. Yes, there was some tweaking, but the policies are still there. I think we have landed in a place that we're comfortable in going forward with now. Yes, it was a difficult process, but it's better than what it would have been if that process had not been embarked on at all. And sometimes these processes are difficult, they're challenging, they're trying, but we have to trust in the process and trust that the opportunity for people to be engaged and provide input is going to provide a long-term benefit when it comes to a final solution or landing where the community is prepared to move forward for the future, for the benefit of the future.
Sean.
So we've done exactly what you're saying twice, and this council has decided that neither one of them projects were worthwhile. So even with the transportation master plan, we're now throwing out the consideration of some of these things because we think differently. So we hired people to provide us with professional guidance on what to do with our roads, and now we're starting to throw that out. That's fine. I'm not opposed to that. But this idea that you go through a consultation process and then you don't listen to it anyway, so what's the point? So we can consult all we want. It's still up to us to make the decision. And so I agree, we've made a decision on the lands, but we went through a huge expense, and all of the stuff we developed through that process has been flipped over. And there's no way you can say it isn't. Because we were going to have an opportunity to adjust the rates after 2 years. They were going to have 5 years for non-community pastures, and then it was going to go to tender. None of that stuff's taking place. And there's going to be no oil and gas, no opportunity to sell. Like, all of those things have been thrown out. So don't tell me you just tweaked it.
Okay, that's a huge exaggeration. It was decided by the previous council that the public lands were going to be protected in those public those community pastures. We didn't change that. We actually increased the rate on them, and they get a little bit of the oil revenue. And all we've done on all the private leases is given 10 years for them before it goes to tender instead of 5. All that land is still up for sale. It's all still good. If they don't buy it, and as a council, we voted to give them the first right of refusal. That wasn't the new guys that did that. We all decided that. And so the amount of revenue that's going to come into the MD is almost identical to what it would have been previously. It's just that we're giving the people that have the current leases the opportunity to buy it at the appraised value. It's not going straight out to tender. But we all were okay with that right from the beginning. And so the community pastures, that we're still doing the big irrigation project. I can't see that we've changed the income coming into the MD. We've maybe spread it out a little bit further, which is actually in the MD's benefit. If we sell a whole bunch of this lease here in the first year or two, that's great, but we don't need all the money all at once. And the land's going to go up in value. And so if some people wait 10 years before they buy it, that only helps the MD. Almost all the policies were very much, I don't know, somehow this feeling that we turned this thing all on its head and that we've now deprived the MD of all the money they're going to need to solve this problem is not true. The money, we still can sell all of that leased land. We still have that opportunity, and we have a whole lineup of people that want to buy it. The issue is that what we're going to use this money for? Are we going to sell this land and fix roads? If that was what the plan is, we still have that plan, that option available to us. And so I don't know how we're going to go through this next round of figuring out this problem if we're going to throw it all back on the fact that we changed this land policy when all of this land is still up for sale, and most of it will get sold almost immediately because we know big blocks of it want to be purchased right away. And so anyway, it just makes it impossible to feel like we can go forward and work through something that's difficult. I think we need industry people in the room at least seeing these numbers. We need to be able to show not just random people from the public, the heads of each of these groups to see that we have a $50 million problem here. And so that when we come up with solutions to, like whether it's special business taxes or whatever it is that we have to do, that when it goes to court, which it will, just like it did in Lethbridge when they came up with the head tax, if we come up with some big irrigation land tax, it will go to court. It'll be challenged. But we should at least have consulted with them and talked about the bridges that 10 years ago were the responsibility of SMRID. And now they're our responsibility. So do we want to have that discussion with SMRID and say, how are we going to do this as an MD without having some special change in our tax to take care of these bridges? We got to have these discussions. What are our big liabilities and how are we going to pay for them? Anyway, I would love to have at least the heads of these different organizations in the room with maybe some of their key board members or whatever, and kind of talk through these numbers. I mean, that's what I was hoping we would do when we talk about roads, because these roads that we're talking about, we're trying to target specifically to their needs, their feedlots, their processing plants, where these roads, and so maybe that's all been done in the master plan. And so I'm definitely going to get through studying the master plan and trying to understand that. If we think the master plan is perfect, then we just got to figure out how to pay for it. And so if that's a base and pave on the Purple Road, but we do have to have a plan on how we're going to pay for it. And it can't be that, and it can be, if we think that that's what the money should go from selling this lease land, we're probably going to have the money. If that's what but I didn't know that that was the plan. And maybe it is, maybe we are going to do it that way. And
So specific to the draft terms of reference here on the agenda, I guess ultimately looking for council feedback. I've heard some. I think the relevant section of the draft terms of reference, at least what I'm hearing so far, is around the area of stakeholder engagement. So I'm open to feedback or direction to change this to reflect whether it's a focus group of sorts or a advisory committee that council wants to establish, and then the makeup thereof. So I guess the intention of the draft wasn't for it to be rubber stamped. It was to come and get some of that feedback. From what I'm hearing so far, this is perhaps the area in which some of that feedback might come. Again, I can't hunch where committee will make a decision, but maybe that can come and I can adjust this section to reflect that, if that's council's will and or desire. My other comment in association with that, I'm not opposed to having a facilitator support the project either. It would just require me a bit of time to resource the project accordingly, right? We haven't budgeted for the specific project per se yet. And that's fine. It would be a budget amendment, but we can resource that accordingly if that's council's direction as well. Timeline will be another important key factor to figure out as well. At what pace does council want to go through each of the options that currently exist? So I can appreciate some of Councillor Tory's comments about developing a new untested approach. The terms of reference that were provided in the agenda package don't, again, as a draft, don't necessarily contemplate inventing new ideas. They just contemplate reviewing and researching ideas that we know are legislatively permissible. If council wanted to proceed to a next step of the project, like a second phase, after they've done that exercise and made decisions accordingly, while going down the path of inventing new or testing new untested ways of generating revenue, I think that would be a bit of a different project altogether. Again, resources are finite and somewhat limited, so the thought is to expend resources on what we know works rather than expend resources on something that might require legislative change, aka advocacy, or running it through the courts for years, right? So,
But even some of the stuff that we know is legal, like a head tax, could still go to court, right?
I guess anybody can challenge anything in the courts.
So like if we did a business tax on irrigated farmland, there could be a challenge for that. I'm not saying we invent something new. I'm just saying, even with the stuff within the legislation, it would be nice to work with industry on that.
If it hasn't been tested yet, correct. Yeah. But what this proposes is to focus on what's been proven to work, legislatively speaking.
Right. Well, I think it's exactly right. We go with what we know first, for sure.
So if we went through the list on fees and charges, how close are we on cost recovery for municipal services across the board? Right, from parks to water.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to avoid answering the question. I'm just saying that's
That
the
would be
whole
one of the
exercise
research.
project, yeah.
Okay. And then franchise fees, David talked about already. I've seen a couple municipalities go through that. Local improvement taxes. And various types of special taxes. We haven't done those, but again, easily imposed on people. And especially in gravel, right? That would make a quick change. That was proposed a while back, but the council of the day did not approve that. And could you tell me about offsite levies on new development?
Yeah, so I mean, some municipalities pass offsite levy bylaws and then they have a whole, I guess, an infrastructure-based rationale as to what allows them to charge those offsite levies. So in other words, growth, the concept behind that is growth pays for growth. If a developer develops a new subdivision and it requires new additional infrastructure, part of that is to recover the costs of future infrastructure or the needed infrastructure to upgrade.
Right.
So some of these options may be something that council considers, or they may be a non-starter to begin with. That just makes that particular aspect easier to deal with, right? Or quicker to deal with, I should say, right? Once you have the basic explanation behind each one, council can decide, or whoever, whether it's whoever's deciding and reviewing whether you keep something or throw it out right away, right? It just helps us go through each option.
Okay, so Lane has proposed a focus group to meet with the partners that might be impacted, and that falls in line with what's proposed here. Is there anything else in this document that you would like to discuss or give guidance to administration so that it can reflect what we hope to accomplish under equitable taxation? And if you would like administration in the context of what's proposed here to start flushing through some of these ideas. We tried to make a move on, I mean, we can do taxation review, they'll have to do that. We did a little bit on equity and fairness on 4.3. And long-term financial sustainability, I think our conversation on roads highlighted that we definitely aren't there. So if we go back to how we manage the ones on roads, the purpose of this memo is to present the proposed draft terms of reference to guide the development of equitable taxation plan. It establishes the framework, scope, and governance required to support a comprehensive review of the municipality's tax structure. So if you like the terms of reference, it could be referred to council, or if you have some suggestions on ways that you would like to change it, and I think we heard one on engagement, stakeholder engagement, we could narrow it down to, you know, I think Lane suggested industry, but also all persons who are impacted, if we wanted to outline that. But if there's other things that you would like brought forward, or else we can give council administration direction to bring this to council for approval. And that way it gives them a chance to start working on something.
I'm just wondering if there's any value in attempting to put a value on the land that people have spoken for that they want to buy. Just so we know what the number is. That's like, there's a bunch of quarters of land that people have offered to buy already. And we haven't made a move one way or another on that so far. But it'd be nice to know what value we're looking at. But I don't know how to establish that value.
Yeah, in the policy, it says we're going to get two, I believe it's two appraisals and determine it. And then council has to determine if that land is surplus.
Yes.
And we do need to do that, but then we also need a policy that's going to outline how we're going to manage that money. And to me, this is part of that for sure, with alternate revenue sources. But I think it's Arliss and his team are trying to execute the strategic priorities, and they developed this so that equitable taxation was one of the things that came out of it. We moved a little bit of the needle when we moved farmland, but we still need to continue to figure out how we're going to operate the municipality. And for me, what needs to happen is determine what level of service do we want to provide for our residents, whether they're in the hamlets, acreage owners, manufacturers, or farmers and ranchers. What level of service does our municipality want to provide? And as much as I think this is a money conversation, it has to start with what we're willing to provide service level. Like, are we okay that the roads get graded and gravelled at further apart increments, or do we want it closer? And then it kind of guides us on how much money we have to earn. But we already know those 34 roads have a pretty hefty price tag, even if we don't do exactly what's outlined there.
Yeah.
So I think money is always there. But right now, I think they want to know if we want to approve this to council or if there's areas you'd like to change.
I definitely liked what I read when I read through it. So anyway, I'd like to continue on with this process for sure.
I'm just gonna ask for further clarification based on comments I've heard. Do we want to see like an express comment in here about establishing focus group / advisory committee of council on the matter with a mix of representation? Like, if we do, I'll need that direction. If we don't, then not. And that's just implemented into the terms of reference.
Yeah, I think stakeholder engagement, we've never been opposed, but are we asking for advice or are we explaining the scenario? And sometimes both comes out with a solution. You know, so I'm not opposed ever to meet with people. My frustrating part, and I'm sorry that I was so frustrated, but man, I felt we just did everything we could to try to come up with the solution. And then the main stakeholders drove the conversation. And I'm okay with it. You'd be surprised. I have told so many people, I'm okay with where we're at. Let's just move forward. But I don't want to do a repeat and then not get somewhere. It cost a lot of money, those engagements, and it was really hard on staff and really, really hard on council, even for people who were aligned on either side. Community engagement isn't for the faint of heart. It's good, but you have to be prepared. And I mean, some of you have already maybe felt it well, we haven't felt it because our tax bills aren't out yet. It will come. But we have a good argument against it. 55% equaled 900,000. But one farmer phoned me and said, well, I'll be paying 50,000 of that bill. And I said, well, how lucky are you that you have all that land? He didn't really appreciate that. But
I think I wasn't thinking so much about a bunch of public meetings, more of a focus group of industry leads that we're showing the numbers and saying we have to come up with a solution. And then I think some of them will have some good ideas, but then they can go fight with their members and say, okay, how are we going to respond to the MD? Because the MD's got to pay for this somehow. And so, and if they realize that the roads that we're trying to fix or the bridges that we're trying to fix are specific for their industry, they realize that we can't go over after somebody else for your industry. We need to figure out how to make your industry and your infrastructure viable long-term. Like this is a 100, 200-year problem. We've got to have a plan that actually keeps these roads in good condition. And it certainly isn't going to be by randomly throwing out different hard surfaces that we have no ability to redo later. It's got to be by very, structured. Only the key roads need to be the hard surfaces, and the rest need to feed to them. And I think that's what you guys have been working on. But let's explain that to them, but also show them the bill. It's going to cost this much money to do, and it's got to be come up with somehow. And anyway, just pointing it back to something in the past is not the answer. These are current issues, and they're people, and it's intensive agriculture that's causing the damage to these roads. I'm part of that. I'm part of the aggregate industry, and I'm not afraid to pay my share of it. We just got to figure out what that structure looks like and get on with it.
So Arliss, I heard in a previous item, you said we have to be aware of the amount of time administration has. So if we were to move this to council and it gets approved, what kind of timeline or what kind of additional resources are you needing to execute this? I know you want to know about the stakeholders. I think it's fine that you expanded those items, but it isn't also bad. It's just stakeholder engagement, which was already there, and Lane just spoke to it in a form of whether it's a focus group or whether it's all of us. So I don't mind the list, but more so I want to know, what's your rollout? What are you thinking of how this is actually going to be able to be?
So if it's done, if it's done internally, like with existing administration, that's why it's being proposed as a case by case scenario. Like we can only really do one option at a time, or we're gonna get overwhelmed and not be able to make progress. Again, eating the elephant one bite at a time. Sorry, eating the elephant one bite at a time idea. If we want to look for an external facilitator, that might help a little bit, but it would be dependent on the skills and capacity of that facilitator, whether or not they actually have a, call it a municipal taxation background, all things related to the MGA. And then we just have to look at resourcing that and budgeting accordingly. So open to either. It might, I don't know if it would speed things up, but it could add it could potentially add theoretically a less or at worst a perceived less bias process in going through the options that exist, right? So I can propose that when I bring these, when these come forward to council for approval or adoption, or at least have options there for council to look at. But timeline is also dependent on what council wants to see as well. And then we would have to try and prioritize accordingly.
Well, and ultimately, I think we really, we will be starting budget talks usually in August, because, and I've heard the comment that the budget was overwhelming. Well, it's overwhelming for me every single darn year. And no matter how great they present it, like they do a good job, but it's hard to know, should we cut the Enchant Fire Hall out? Should we cut the sewage at Hayes, right? Like I never know 100% what's the right thing, but we need to start making some changes. And so, some of these things would be valuable to help us with the 2027 budget, but we're going to start that in a couple months.
Yeah.
Or maybe, and likely your staff has already started working on it. So we can move this, but then we'll just watch for you to.
Well, yeah.
No.
I'll include some proposed timelines as well, I guess.
Yeah.
And you guys I'll rely on you folks to let me know what you're thinking or expecting.
I guess as a counselor who doesn't go to work here every day, it's very hard to know what you could push off of your desk and add to. So we do look to you to be very
For sure. Maybe there'll be more insight come up on that topic as part of our strategic priorities review as well.
Sure.
Because it does reference a few mandatory operational initiatives that we do need to keep attributing resources to.
So then we could have a motion if you felt like it's ready to have a motion to move the terms of reference on equitable taxation review to council. Is that what you're looking for?
For consideration.
For
yeah.
consideration,
And
to
then
council for consideration. Okay, so John will make a motion to move the terms of reference equitable taxation review to council for consideration. I'm not gonna put a date on it just because it's in a mince. I mean, or should I, yeah, I don't know. What do you think?
The timeline I have in the strategic priorities review is to have this adopted hopefully by council before the end of July, so.
Okay. All right, we'll just leave it then as open as that. Okay, so the ready-in motion is that council or committee of the whole refer to council terms of reference equitable taxation review to council for consideration. Any questions on the read-in motion? I'll call the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, next is the strategic priorities quarterly review.
So this references again, oh wait, I'm on the wrong one.
Did I miss something?
No, I went to the wrong item.
Okay.
So the key aspect of the quarterly review for our strategic priorities, for council's strategic priorities, is intended to be tracked or monitored with the strategic priorities chart. This actually should read June and not April. But I included the one in April I didn't have really any timelines in yet, as that was just as the plan had just been adopted. In this one, I have incorporated some timelines for some of the tasks associated with each priority. So under the now, which has been prioritized as the most pressing priorities identified by council, is the land management plan. So again, this would be council dependent, but it would be nice to ideally have that, at least the core policies, the core new policies, i.e. I think it's just the sales and grazing lease policy as the remaining core policies to be completed by August of this year. The equitable taxation plan, as far as the next task on that is concerned, or the first task, would be terms of reference approval, which we just discussed, proposed to be done by July. Communications plan update, again, proposed to be formally done by July. We have the draft of that in this agenda as well. Again, identified in the strategic priorities plan. Item number 4, community engagement. My thought there is that I would expect this to, quite honestly, unless council can provide me additional context, to be more so an ongoing initiative throughout the council term. And that will just manifest itself in various different ways at ultimately at council's behest or council's direction. And then with respect to asset management plan, what the strategic priorities references there, specifically asset management plan, is to have it completed. And this I put under timeline more as a discussion item with council, so I'll mention that now. My thought there is to consider from a priority perspective, because it's always a priority and it's something that we continue to work on, but it's such a large project, it's similar to that eating an elephant approach, is to maybe even transfer that into the operational priorities. And then that would give us an opportunity to provide updates to council at key points in the project, because we're looking at probably like a fully built out asset management plan or strategy, probably 3 years from an optimistic perspective. So it might be a little bit deflating to constantly look at asset management plan as one of council's main priorities, while it still will remain an organizational priority quarter after quarter. it's just a lot of physical effort that gets put into data collection and then synthesizing that data into a useful tool. So key points along the process, we can provide council with those with those updates or key accomplishments as we achieve them. But it might, again, this is just for discussion, but it might be worthwhile transitioning it to an operational priority and maybe elevating one of the what we refer to as next or later priorities. Just a thought, I guess. And then here, without fail, I always do forget something. With respect to operational priorities, I'm probably overusing the analogy of elephants today, but we do have quite a asset management plan. That is an elephant. The document management and automation workflow, it's another elephant, but we have to continue to chip away at them for them to be integrated into the organization. Financial software transition, while it is an elephant, I would say it's a temporary elephant, but it is requiring a lot of operational resources to make sure that that transition happens as smoothly as possible. Again, it's something that happens probably once every 25 to 30 years, and that's where we're at now. And then we touched on road maintenance level of service review, gravel and hard surface, or the hard surface aspect of it today. And that's no small issue either. And then the other thing here that has been an elephant over the years, and hopefully we're on the last few pieces or bites of it, is the Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Initiative and administration of the Horsefly project. So those are some of the, I would say, the operational initiatives that are always taking place in the background outside of whatever we're discussing in here on a regular basis, and new initiatives moving forward.
Can I just ask a question on that one?
Yep.
It was fun to see the videos of water going down the storm. So did it perform the way we hoped? I mean, obviously we didn't deal with a massive flood, but we did have quite a bit of rain. So was it encouraging what we saw?
Yeah, it absolutely provided what it was intended to be provided. So it provided that spill relief. When the provincial agencies gave the direction to irrigation district, they were able to respond.
Yeah,
It's definitely working, David. And Mark at 9:24 said the horsefly drain is running at 280 CFS. Last week it was only 120, so they've opened it up more.
Yeah, even right now it's
still going.
And you can see it's very
more now.
It's very much more. It's noticeable. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's really cool.
Yeah. It's pretty neat to see an actual infrastructure project like that being utilized.
It was interesting for me, I know this is an aside, to see the retired government officials who were involved in helping us say how awesome to see it come to life and to be working.
Yeah.
I was really glad that they could acknowledge that, because I think sometimes those ginormous projects are so far out, but there's a reason people have those great visions.
I think the rattlesnake crossings are going to need to be rebuilt. Well, they're all washed out, right?
No, they're pretty high up from where the washout is.
Some of them got washed.
Yeah, they're out of
No,
the.
it was on all those big rocks. There's 2 rattlesnake crossings there, and it was just dirt in the channel, and I'm pretty sure they're washed out with all that water running down there. I'm being facetious. Okay?
But you know what? They're actually all built so that once the water's done, those things will still be there, because they're built. They're those what do you call those, rattlesnake houses or whatever?
Pits or something.
Yeah, they're all strategically placed.
The pits or burrows are and Burrows are definitely higher up on the Cooley Hill. but
Yeah.
The crossings, they've received water for sure. So I guess that's kind of the summary of council strategic priorities and charts. Again, we're at the beginning of implementation. And as we do each review, I'm trying to include, I guess, progression points under the timeline section so that there's continual progress on these initiatives. But any questions or thoughts, or does council want to reprioritize any of the next or later into now? It's a question that you'll probably get sick of me asking, but that's the big part of reviewing this quarterly. Keeping in mind that land management plan is not complete. And once it is complete, then we're implementing it. Sorry, I'm starting to sound like Corey now. And then and then the equitable taxation initiative there, that's a few elephants combined lately. So
I guess my only input as I read it through it was just that I'm hoping that our taxation plan can be mitigated a little bit by business attraction and retention and industrial park development as alternative sources. And so I don't want to leave those, but they're on the next list, but like if we do certain things soon, we can bring in businesses. I know a whole bunch of guys that are looking for business lots. They can't find them in the MD and then are going to end up getting them in town or in Lethbridge. So the sooner we do it, the more we can get in our MD instead of somewhere else.
yeah, assessment expansion for sure would help very much. And then again, as part of our quarterly review, there's two sets of council follow-up action lists that were included, and those capture the council and committee of the whole resolutions. The dates that were selected were essentially since the beginning of this term. So those lists were included. The follow-up action list of completed, these are council resolutions that require action or follow-up. The completion list, I think, what's the number? 100 and, sorry, I'll just scroll. 170 maybe. 172. And then the ones that are still in progress are referenced and listed here up to the first meeting in May. And I think there's 50 or so of those. That being said, I have to qualify 59. I have to qualify on the in progress list. There are a fair number that are actually completed, and I noted that in there. The reason why it doesn't show up in the completion list is simply from my own incompetence. I don't have the all access pass to be able to update it within the Catalyst system, so I just improvised for this go around. Otherwise I would have updated them and then exported accordingly. So, and again, those are council resolutions. I don't want to say in addition to, but some are in addition to and some are complementary to just regular operations, day-to-day operations as well. So I can try and speak to any questions council might have from some of that fun and relaxing literature.
I was disappointed to hear that Catalyst doesn't have the ability to do this as an easy transfer report. I did ask Carlos and he said it requires quite a bit of manual adaptation. And so that's too bad because that might be something to put as a note to Catalyst as a dream for them, because I'm sure we're not the only council who pulls out motions.
I am working on a little bit of a AI workaround, but
Right, and I just mean if there's, when you pay that kind of money for software, you'd think you could extract and make a report. But I do appreciate getting to see it in one place, because I have taken the time to go through minutes, and it takes a long time to pull all them. So thank you for this. Now, you did say you were thinking you might want to move one of the items
yeah, I'll go back to
out
the,
of the column. Council, I don't know if you agree with Arliss or if you'd like to have a discussion about it. Go ahead.
I guess I agree with you that number 4, putting it down, I think it should be a given that that's what we do.
Right.
And I think it's just taking up space. That's my take anyway. I agree with you on that. Like, that's something that's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
It's one of our key things that we're supposed to be doing.
So I just want to make clear, like some of these things, like under next and later, there is still some resources being put into them, because we're being more or less compelled to participate in some circumstances. Compelled, not in a bad way, but just if we don't participate when the opportunity is there to participate, we won't get the opportunity. So an example of that is industrial park feasibility and development. Well, we received an NRED, Northern Resource and Economic Development Grant, to complete that industrial park feasibility review study. So that's going to contribute to us, and that particular priority will just be that much further ahead when we can elevate it to the now section. Specific to the long-term financial plan, that will be part and parcel. Aspects of that will be touched as part of the now priority of equitable taxation plan. The regional recreation facility planning on administrative level, they've involved us in some of those feasibility reviews. The town, I should say, has. I get that that's town of Taber centric, but it is relevant to that particular item as well. So it's not that they're just being put away in a corner and ignored. It's just they're not being fully prioritized as, for example, the land management plan might be. Just to provide a little more context and a little more talking in case you're not tired of my voice yet. But yes, community, I don't know what your thoughts are on the asset management plan side of things, but I try to provide at least regular updates once a year, depending on the type of update, so that council knows that it hasn't been put by the wayside. But for example, this spring and summer, we're collecting data with respect to roads and drainage, culverts, infrastructure. Well, that takes 4 or 5 months to collect. So once that's done, then we can put it in, and then it becomes data that's valuable to us, right? We can share those updates as those are completed. The other thing that I fail, and like I say, I always fail to forget something, or I always succeed. Yeah, thank you, Ernie. Succeed in forgetting to add what I need to, and that's more so establishing, I don't know if I should be saying this on live stream, but just making sure that we're current with respect to the recent legislation timelines and whatnot for the ATIA program that the provincial government has graciously downloaded new changes on. So but that's another thing that, again, from a legislative compliance, whether it's small or large, simple or complex, there's an expectation we comply with legislation, so. That's something that will be included for the next go around and review. Thoughts, feedback, direction?
For the purpose of the discussion today, the assumption is that you're looking for us to confirm the priorities that are in here.
Correct. Mainly the now priorities.
Yep. And I think that we're okay with that, and if that's the case, I'll move that we accept them as noted in the report. With the adjustment of the one coming out, the community engagement.
Okay.
And it's, we're not removing it because we don't want to engage, it's just the way we conduct business, period.
Correct, yeah.
John?
There was also a suggestion that you can move asset management plan over to.
Yeah, that's what I was.
And with that, even if we had like even annual, biannual, doesn't matter, report and where we are and when we have expected date of completion.
Yeah, as an operational priority.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I have to do some very important business.
Oh.
We'll resume the meeting.
Yeah, as soon as he went by, I told him.
He's tall, I imagine. Wonder why. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor now. Do you want to move asset management? I didn't lose the train of thought. I just want to make sure, Arliss, you brought that forward. That's not an us.
Right, it's a suggestion if
Well,
council's in agreement with it.
So I'll support Councilor Taylor on those.
In it, okay. So you're gonna have him move the whole thing? Okay, so, so to receive the strategic priorities quarterly review, June 2026, with the removal of community engagement, acknowledging that is done continuously by the MD of Tabor, and to move asset management to the next priority. Oh, to the mandatory. Okay. Do you want the community engagement there then as well? Okay, we'll just leave it at that. So asset management over to the mandatory operational priorities. All right. Council, do you understand the two steps in that motion? Any further questions? Call the vote. Those in favor? That motion's carried. I probably made it more complicated than it needed to be. Okay, strategic communications plan. After this is over, we will take a break before we start 9.3. So strategic communications plan update.
Yeah, again, so this was identified, looking for, council's okay with it, referral to council for approval. But this is to include or provide amendments with respect to, I was just looking at it, more inclusive community engagement. So when you reference the attachment here, the strategic communications plan, it's been updated to reflect 2026 to 2030. And section 8 was referenced there and added to strengthen inclusive community connections. And then anything else, anything that was highlighted throughout the plan, I'll just scroll here, is there to, again, reference that and emphasize that proposed change. The one I wanted to highlight is this one here, having the right information sent to the correct there's a couple spots. the correct audiences in the manner that is most likely to produce a favorable response. And by favorable, it's meant like just acknowledgement that they've seen the messaging or the information. Yeah, it's tough to guarantee that kind of an outcome, but the other one I wanted to highlight was right here. And we talked about this as strategic planning. Expanded collaboration with external partners and trusted community networks. And that would include perhaps with some involvement from council within some of your communities. Making the odd visit to some of those demographics that maybe aren't as participative, I think is the right term, within the civic aspect of our community. So using council connections or your role as a counselor to even just make contact and associate that with the municipality. At least that was our understanding of the conversation at strategic planning. Go back down here to section 8. And again, building on what I just said, building that trust through direct outreach to some of those groups and demographics. And when we do start actioning that and implementing that, without being too overwhelming, we may reach out to individual counselors and call upon you to help within your divisions for that. So those are the main things that I wanted to highlight and reference as it relates to the strategic priorities. If this is just a plan, well, now I'll have to put it into action.
Do you want it referred to council to accept, or do you want to accept it here in committee of the whole?
In this instance, because it is a new revised plan, I'd like to see perhaps council adopt it.
Okay. So before I call for a motion, is there any questions on the items that Arliss presented? I feel this is a very good public facing document. So Murray, are you looking to make a motion to refer the 2026 strategic communication plan to council for approval or for consideration? Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is approved. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess before we tackle the next item. We will resume our committee of the whole meeting. The next on the agenda is council and committee meeting restructuring discussion.
Yeah, so this was I guess the memo that's before committee is both some proposals that have been kind of initiated through council. And then one of the initiatives here in the memo as well with respect to proposed bylaw is a suggestion from myself, administration, and they're here ultimately for discussion. The first one, and these are found under the rationale side of things, in the memo, the first one is with respect to council and committee scheduling proposal. Deputy Reef has brought this up a couple of times. I believe it was last discussed. I'm not sure. Was it in May or April? I can't remember. But in the last couple of months, it was discussed briefly in either a committee or council meeting. So some of those suggestions are included here. And maybe after discussing that, we can go to the draft bylaw that's attached.
I think this is significant enough change that we should walk through some of these and then, but if Lane, if he wants to lead off or interject at any time, but this is quite another big move. Committee of the Whole was a big change, and we've had that in place for 6 years. And it used to be we would have a Public Works Committee, a Finance Committee, Emergency Service Committee, and those would be scheduled all over the place. There was nothing consistent. And then with the help of a consultant, they said this is a format that many councils have gone to and kind of narrowed it down and gave people predictability as to how we supported the committee structure. And so I think that's just sort of the background of how it came about. But let's just run through these.
Okay. I'll just go based on the points, like the numbered categories or sections here. First one is reduction in meeting load. Current structure. Approximately 49 total scheduled meeting days involving council members. Approximately 62 total agendas. Prepared specific to council, committee of the whole, MPC, and ASB. And what I'll refer to as the proposed structure. Reduced would result in reduction to 31 meeting days, approximately 37% reduction. Agendas, development of agenda packages reduced to 52. So approximately a 16% reduction there. Potential impact, and I'm referencing them as potential impact just because I don't want to provide any promises in any way whatsoever. But fewer attendance days for council, consolidated governance schedule, and potentially lower administrative burden for coordination and preparation of governance support materials, i.e. agenda packages. 2, so that speaks to the reduction in meeting load. Again, if I'm going through this too quick or anything, if anybody wants to pipe in, just pipe in. 2, potential efficiency and reduced duplication. ASB matters could be handled within regular council meetings. So the way I understand that is that ASB would have its place within a council meeting, or ASB agenda items would have its place within an existing council meeting, or something similar anyway. Reduces duplicate policy/program reviews currently occurring at both ASB and council levels. Potential impact, streamlined decision making, less repetition in reporting and discussion, potentially faster movement of initiatives through the governance process. Section 3, consolidation of membership roles. All council could serve as members, ASB and MPC, if they were scheduled on the same days as council meetings. Potential impact, more consistent decision making across governance bodies/committees, improve continuity of knowledge, greater alignment between strategic, regulatory, and operational decisions, reduction in community at large membership on ASB. Section 4, enhanced scheduling alignment. MPC meetings scheduled same day as council, 9 a.m. start. Council begins after MPC, if held and advertised accordingly. So you could advertise council to start 5 or 10 minutes after MPC has been completed if they're scheduled on the same day. Potential impact to reduce travel and fragmented scheduling and enhanced use of a single meeting day, enhanced time management for council, committee members, and administration. Financial and resource savings. Potential reduction there from a governance perspective for council, travel costs for council members, staff time allocated to meeting support. There may not be savings, but perhaps reallocation, that's as mentioned here, ideally reallocated to administrative and council direction implementation matters. Agenda preparation workload may decrease. Potential impact, cost savings, primarily on the governance side, and potentially more efficient use or reallocation of administrative and council capacity. Section 6, improve service delivery specific to the MPC function. Frequency of MPC meetings would likely continue, generally 2 times per month as per status quo. Potentially shorter turnaround on MPC discretionary development applications. The reason why I reference potentially here is just because the development authority, I can't really opine how quickly they will make decisions. But potential impact is, again, potentially quicker approvals, improved responsiveness to applicants and developers, and it may also support economic development objectives with respect to the enhanced speed. Transparency and accessibility enhancements. MPC and ASB portion of council meetings would be live streamed, similar to council and COW, or could be live streamed similar to council and committee of the whole. Potential impact here, enhanced public transparency, improved opportunity for community engagement. Section 8, governance consideration. It would require amendments to ASB and MPC bylaws and potentially other, I didn't finish my comment here, but it would be other relevant policies. We just have to do a quick scan and review of that. MPC would still require a separate chair and deputy chair. Potential impact, relatively moderate implementation effort, again, and primarily adjustment of bylaws and policies. That being said, clear governance structures should be maintained despite any sort of consolidation. So the overall strategic takeaway of that would be presenting an approach to achieving an enhanced efficiency governance model, a reallocated workload and some governance costs may be a positive benefit from such, might result in enhanced decision speed and or coordination, and it still maintains functional separation where needed, based on whether it be MPC or ASB. Sorry, I kind of ran through that quickly, but that's the first sections with respect to the proposal to look at adjusting some of the council committees, specifically MPC and ASB, and kind of consolidating them on a similar meeting scheduled day as council meetings.
So I have 2 questions on ASB. So it would be a bylaw change and we would thank the public members who signed up to not be involved. Is that what, and can that ASB operate within the confines of a council agenda? It doesn't require a separate
Well, if council
legislatively.
Yeah, if council, I guess it's up to council what the makeup of the ASB is. Right, whether it's a combination of members at large or just all of council, that's at the discretion of council. And they would have to adjust that in the bylaw if that's what they chose to do.
So is ASB still run as a separate meeting, or is it in the confines of a council meeting?
You could probably put it into the confines of a council meeting. You would just have to reference that in the bylaw.
Okay,
That would be my suggestion, is to reference that ASB matters and agenda items would be dealt with through the regular council meetings of the municipality.
okay. And the only reason I asked that is we've only had public involvement and I don't sit on that anymore, so I don't know how well it's going. The reason is to engage more diverse opinion and include other stakeholders. So it wasn't just a committee of council, but if it's not going well, then maybe this is a solution. So I don't know that. And then I know you prefaced it with potentially, but what would give the development team an indication that there might be a shorter turnaround on development applications? I was a little confused by that one.
I don't think so. I think what I tried to emphasize there is that it would still happen likely twice a month
Okay,
if they're done in concert with council meeting days.
yeah,
So it just happens. It would just happen twice a month. Status.
Okay.
It's more or less status. quo.
status quo, because we did ask Bonnie a few of these questions at MPC, and she really felt that we were a very efficient team who was very service focused for our applicants, that we really worked hard to get them turned around as quick as we could. And then on a development day where we have 2.5 hours sometimes, or we've gone into the afternoon sometimes, we've had to hold off while Egg Service Board, so it was a 3-hour meeting. Then council just waits those 3 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like I couldn't.
Yeah, I'm just trying to gauge like how this works, because I just can't. I did watch a couple of Newells to see how they worked, and but I just wanted to have a better understanding of how.
Like if MPC did appoint all council members. Sorry, if council did appoint all council members to the MPC, then you're there for MPC meeting regardless, right?
Okay.
So then you're not waiting.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the weight on that. It was the weight on council or administrative team, and just, I look at today's. I know today's not a council meeting, but we put in a brand new procedure bylaw that says it would end at 5 unless agreed upon by everyone. And I'm like, I'm really reluctant to have that hard fight. I like the hard finish, but if you're going to add another meeting to the front end, and I know we've had some meetings that are 1.5 hours, but just trying to get a better handle on it. So those are my main questions, and I suppose others will have questions and comments.
I can't imagine an MPC meeting going for hours, but that would come back to the question I asked earlier. Is there some things that are permitted or discretionary uses that could be delegated to the development officer as permitted uses that would remove it off the agenda and tighten up the meeting? Yeah. If the length of your MPC meeting is a concern, I guess I would question what's driving that. Because normally your matters that you're dealing with are, it either complies or it doesn't. Make the decision, move on to the next item.
Yet sometimes it's been the number of items, that there's 14 development permits and 2 subdivisions. And some of those have had complexities as far as trying to determine if they are in the, what do we call it? I'm just losing my mind about it. When they need a exception.
Waivers.
A waiver, right?
Yeah.
To determine what the waiver is.
And that's where I'm suggesting if there's an opportunity to expand the scope of matters that can be managed and decided upon by the development officer as opposed to having to come to MPC, get it off the agenda for council or get it off the agenda for MPC and just let them deal with it at that level.
Before I take any more comments or questions, this one is important enough that I'm gonna go around the horseshoe. If you choose to pass, that's fine, but I do want to give everyone a chance to comment on this.
So then, You just want to give more responsibility to administration. I don't support that rationale at all. I think that it's important. We're 7 divisions here, responsible for 7 different areas. And it's important that we have our input into multiple things. When you say you can't understand a development hearing going, a development meeting going that long, well, sometimes you have a development hearing or something like that. So now you're gonna push council maybe down, starting to 1 o'clock. We get punch drunk by 4 o'clock. So then what, the most important part of the municipality is a council meeting, and now you're going to be exhausted by the time you get there. I just don't understand what the rationale is for this. And if it's because you don't want to commit the time, I don't know. I don't know what the rationale behind this is. I really don't. I can't understand it. I really can't.
Or Lane can reply, whatever is. Okay.
It's not a matter of me not wanting to commit the time. I'm not on MPC right now. I'm just saying there's an opportunity to reduce the number of days that members of council are coming into the office. There's an opportunity to reduce the number of agenda packages that administration has to prepare. All of that takes time, and it removes time that you should have available to look after other things that are a higher priority, like engaging with the community about a change in our tax structure. Anything that we can do to enhance the decision-making process and reduce the amount of time that we're spending taking time out of individual members' schedules during the week and still conduct the business of the municipality in a more efficient way, I think is a step in the right direction. It's not going to have an impact on me. I'm thinking about all members of council and administration, and if council wants to continue on with the current process, no problem. It was simply a suggestion that I think would help streamline and make things more efficient for everybody.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really in favor of that. Some of the MPC meetings, like I guess what I already said, when you got a development hearing or whatever, we have had to recess them so we can get into our ASB meeting and then to reconvene after lunch. So how long do you want council members to be here for a council meeting afterwards? Are we 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night? Like that's a little bit far out for me, but I think things are running the way they are, and I don't see any need for change myself.
I'll comment next. I have mixed feelings on it. There's some things I've seen at MCC and I'm thinking to myself, what's it doing here? But the next time you catch something that everybody else missed. And I think that's important too. And yes, I agree with Lane in that it's somewhat inefficient, but I can also see Murray's point in that, you know, we could be sitting here till 8 o'clock at night. And yeah, I'm one of the ones that gets kind of punch drunk after 5 o'clock. I'm not making good decisions anymore. So I would say I'm generally not in favor of it, but I can see the point of it.
I like it, but it would definitely be, we would have to look at what things could be taken off of the agenda for the Municipal Planning Commission. And Ag Service Board has some important things to do, but I think they could easily be fit into our council meeting. I don't think that would be hard to add Ag Service Board in. I mean, we've canceled some meetings this year because there wasn't a big enough agenda, and they're usually a fairly short meeting. And so that way they'd be forced to bring what's really important to the council and trust that they're going to deal with the other stuff. I think I think I really enjoy the MPC meetings. It's kind of fun to see everything that's going on in the division. But the reality is we basically approve almost everything. And so if there would be a way of making sure that, we have enough counsel for Tom and staff to know, okay, there are certain things we really have to see. And so that we do get, that they vet down to a smaller group of things that we have to look at, I think is a good thing. So, so for me, this would be a huge improvement for me, and just, I'm trying to do other things with business and that. This isn't my full-time thing for sure, but anyway, so I like it, but it would have to be done carefully, because there's no way, I did have in my mind, what about when we do have to have a hearing? How would we handle some of the things? And I don't have a good answer for some of those things. Yeah.
So today's agenda for Committee of the Whole is a good example. We spent, what was it, an hour and a bit going through the land use bylaw? That conversation had already taken place at MPC. The only one that hadn't been part of that before this meeting today was me. And now it's been referred from MPC to Committee of the Whole, and now it's going to go to council. If this had been in place, this whole thing could have reduced it, eliminated 2 of those discussions. What's the point? A lot of the hearings that MPC holds could be just dealt with by council. If it's a public hearing on a development matter or rezoning or anything else, those are dealt with as part of the council meeting agenda. Your MPC meetings can be cut down so that they're half-hour long. You get through the stuff that you need to do. A lot of the stuff that is dealt with by MPC could be delegated to the Development Authority. It's not going to change the decision-making process or the approvals that are required for development to happen. Again, it's not something that I'm really pressing hard on, but I think there's an opportunity to streamline and make things more efficient. I would just encourage council to consider it from that perspective.
Murray?
I was just wondering, like, administration time, so they come in at 8 o'clock, and if they get home at 8 o'clock at night, that's fine. We're gonna pay them overtime or time off in lieu. And there's an odd committee meeting that's in the afternoons or evenings, same day as council, so expect people to spend a day and a half away from home. Doesn't seem right to me.
If the concern is the repetitive nature of going through these things in multiple committees, then, I mean, it's pretty easy. You just give MPC full authority then to make changes. Like, you can do that too. But in order to give more development officer authority to the development, more authority to the development officer, we have to completely rewrite our land use bylaw. Because now it has to be so prescriptive, and now we have to start to develop zones, or because we don't really have development zones. We don't even really have them. And so we'd have to create a whole bunch of those. Like, this is a huge task, and I'm not opposed to it if that's what we decide to do. But we have to also understand how this is going to affect our council meetings. And I think that's a big impact that I'm not sure that I'm willing to change to this level. Because if you have a development hearing, then would you start your meeting at 1 o'clock, your council meeting? And then, so if you've got a heavy agenda, and what I see then, so then through the summer, we would have to have more meetings, because we only have one meeting in August. I think there's one meeting in August, one meeting in September. In order to meet the criteria for Municipal Planning Commission, we'd have to add multiple meetings. So I don't see where the time savings is here. You're still spending the same amount of time to make the decisions, unless you're giving these decisions to administration. And so if that's the case, why do we elect people?
Yeah, so I don't want to speak for ASB, but like, Arliss, are you feeling that it would be more effective in council? I'm looking for, or to the ASB chair. I've got the sense, well, for one, MPC wouldn't be in council, it would be its own standalone, and when we asked, oh, I thought I heard him say that you'd still have an agenda for MPC, so it would just be part of a council agenda?
You have to make sure whatever committee of council bylaw that we're talking about,
Okay,
in my opinion, references that the business of the MPC, it identifies who the members are
okay,
and that the business of that committee would take place
in council.
in the council meeting.
Okay, yeah, I misunderstood that because I was trying to think, well, how would we reduce agendas by that much if we still had to have?
Similarly to ASB. So
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, the town of Tabor got rid of their MPC, but their agenda, their council meetings are 2 hours, sometimes 4. And if they're over 4, I think they have to have a motion. I don't know why we're we're long, but when I try to think what we should cut out, my sense from Bonnie was she thought our system was working quite well, but there were things that could be streamlined, like the town of Tabor CCAN stuff. But that's not an us issue. That's a intermunicipal, thing that we've got going on, which we could change. Yeah, it's the long days that make me the most nervous, and to how well people will, stay focused. I know for me, once I get even to about 3:30, when we've been working all day, it's a challenge because it's different than working at your desk. We have to be on and talking, but yeah, this is another one of those big changes that we had it on Thursday, an opportunity to look at, and is there any downside to it? I guess that's the one thing I wondered about, is you add more at this point, we haven't added more responsibility to administration on MPC because we'd still keep the same format if we maintain the bylaw. ASB, I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't been there for 2 years since we have elected the community members.
I'd be curious what they think.
It'd be interesting to see what they think, the community members, are they enjoying it? I mean, it's a nice meeting with them, for sure.
Is it necessary?
No, well, yeah, I don't know that I would say it's necessary, for sure.
John?
I think similar to other committees that I sit on, if you lump everything into all councillors sitting on it, your focus is different because you're always thinking about the budget. You're thinking about all these things because it's the same people. When you bring in the 3 people from ASB that are community members, you bring those in, it changes the focus. They changed because I was on it when it was all council members, and then I was off for 2 years when we brought in the members at large. And no members have changed the direction of that committee. They bring more agricultural things in that we wouldn't have brought forward because we're concentrated on running a municipality. And so it's just a different focus because that's our ultimate responsibility. And so you always revert back to that higher responsibility in my mind. And so the engagement I've seen from the members at large on ASB have been very positive.
And like I said, the purpose was to get another perspective, and so that we weren't just narrow focused on the elected people. And it was hard, I think, for some of us to give up that committee because we feel like we own committees, but we don't. Obviously, no one does. But yeah, Arliss.
I was just thinking through procedurally again. Regardless, of whether it happened like specific to MPC, regardless of whether it happened within a council meeting or not, you could make either still work. It's just if all council were appointed to MPC, and you just had the meeting first, that's the same, in effect, the same difference, right? You could make it work either way, is all I'm trying to say. And I'm not trying to influence the discussion, I'm just trying to correct myself as well.
I mean, maybe this one has to be pushed down the road, but certainly if we were to be trying to get on council, younger people, you know, moms, things like that, consolidating to fewer days would certainly make it easier. Being at some of the conventions, there was some councils that went from 7 men to 7 women, and they changed the times. You know, like they went to some evenings and they shortened the meetings, and, you know, so it would change, but it would certainly, anyway, having less meeting days a year would open it up to potentially other people being able to be on council in the future.
Yeah. Lee.
I move we receive this for information.
So there's a second half to this memo, though. Arliss's restructuring of committee of the whole. So, okay. All right. So there's a motion on the floor to receive this for information regarding ASB, MPC, and committee of, and council. Any further questions or comments on this matter? Those in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, the second part of the memo is dealing with a proposal that's coming from administration.
Yeah, what's being proposed here, there's some similar, I guess, similar principles behind it as per the previous topic. Is looking at restructuring what we currently call the committee of the whole to more of a governance, priorities, and finance committee bylaw. So I'll just kind of run through it point by point here as well. Purpose and authority here would be to establish a formal council committee, ultimately to take the place of committee of the whole. As governance, strategic planning, dealing with governance, strategic planning, and financial oversight. I'll skim through section 2 and 3 here. Committee composition is to be comprised similar to committee of the whole of all of council, with providing advisory and recommendations. I'll come back to 3 in a second here because I did have another idea there. But section 4, core focus and areas it would address would be governance, and that would typically deal with bylaws, policies, and programs, strategic priorities. So on a quarterly review of strategic priorities, and then specific to finance, budget, audits, and financial policy matters. Some of you might be saying, well, what's the difference? That's what we typically do in the committee of the whole. It's a fair point, but I guess specific to the section 4 here, when it comes to governance, I'm trying to, where I'm coming from in the proposal is, and there will be a level of discretion here from administration, but if we're just running what I would call typical standard bylaws that aren't really groundbreakingly changing programs or levels of service, the question I'm posing or self-proposing is, does it really need the additional review at that committee stage? Similar to policies, like if it's a policy we've never had before, and it's proposing a new program or a new level of service, yeah, that getting that initial feedback and a more detailed review, second sober or a first sober thought, I guess, in the committee context might be beneficial. But if we're coming to council and or if we have a policy and we're recommending that we cancel it because it's a one-liner that just isn't relevant anymore, or all we're doing is proposing grammatical or formatting changes, does it really need a review at the committee stage? Could come to council, just decreasing the amount of duplication and redundancy. To a certain extent, Deputy Reeve mentioned that in respect to the LUB review. So it would follow a similar concept there, to try to reduce some of that redundancy and duplication. Specific to strategic priorities, what I liked, and this is the thing that I would like to add, it's not written in now, or I would like to consider have council consider adding, is when it comes to the review of strategic priorities and that quarterly review, is to have this particular committee give them the authority to ultimately approve any updates to it, so that it doesn't have to then get referred to council again for approval every quarter, etc. Just trying to reduce the number of steps it goes through. It's already a pretty transparent process that people can see and watch and capture the information online, written and verbally. And then finance, pretty self-explanatory, using that committee and body to deal with budgets, not final approval of budgets in this scenario, but budget deliberations and any audit related matters if the timing lines up, and any new financial policy or substantially changed financial policy. It's set up initially, section 5 here, and has decision-making support. It would serve as a forum, kind of like we have been in committee of the whole, to provide for a bit more detailed review and discussion, giving you as council the opportunity to perhaps take more time and unpack strategic matters or new policies, new programs when those are being introduced or worked on. Meeting frequency and flexibility. So what is proposing is to meet quarterly in alignment with quarterly strategic priorities, but having the flexibility to add if needed. So if you needed to add an extra meeting or here and there for budget deliberations, there's that flexibility to do that. And then the continuation of open and transparent meetings, continuing with similar setup as committee of the whole, and same similarity with respect to authorities and being able to direct administration, requesting additional information, etc. So that's the Coles Notes version of it. Again, a lot of the same principles that was reviewed in council committee restructuring idea, to try to reduce some redundancies and duplication for council to consider. And my thought would be that it would come into effect like with the new organizational meeting in October, or the end of October, beginning of November, whenever that falls.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any questions or comments on the proposed new committee structure? It's proposed to replace committee of the whole. When I review the two side by side, they look very similar. It's just a bit of a refresh, and if renaming it makes the refresh and look and feel better, I'm okay with that. Some of the stuff we did in committee of the whole, I think was just a carryover from past committees that also got kind of merged into one, but I have no issue with what's proposed in front of us, and sometimes you need that refresh to do better. I think that number 8 to me is is the big one. Committee can request and direct information analysis, just so that we're not always having to refer to council. But when I look at the lists in the other one, it's just a different way to word it. So I don't see it as I'm missing it if there's a significant change, but maybe others have figured it out, but I have no issue with the change.
Just to be clear, it does introduce, like with respect to policy bylaw review, it will introduce a little bit of discretion on administration's part as to determining what's major and minor, I guess.
Yeah, and I think that's okay because council still has the final opportunity at council. Sometimes I have felt, particularly in budget and finance discussions, that when we get to council to approve things, the essence of why we got there is from the body of the committee. So if that's the case for bylaws and policies, I'm okay with that too.
I think the point that all these meetings are broadcast and, you know, we're very transparent. If we shift a few things around, it's not like we're going to be hiding anything. You know, you're moving a few things back and forth to be more efficient. So I don't think there's any problem with that.
I agree.
In the recommend position of administration, I'm gonna read it the way I think it was supposed to be written, that council consider and further explore the possibility of the above proposals.
So those proposals are both proposals, so
Proposal.
Okay, how about consider the
Consider the change.
Bylaw
the
number
proposed
2.
change to committee of the whole structure.
consider the proposed bylaw of establishing a governance priorities and finance committee.
Sounds good.
Okay, everyone gets the essence of that motion. Any further questions or comments on the proposal? I'll call for the vote. Those in favor? It's carried. Okay, go ahead.
quick question, like, again, I know there's already been council action on it, but on the first proposal, would council be open to like alternative proposals or something? Trying to adopt some of the principles of decreasing duplication in certain circumstances and whatnot. Perhaps I can present, like, I don't know.
If you want ASB in council, then we were waiting for someone to say administration would prefer it here, right?
It's not a matter of,
But we need that as much as this body needs it.
it's really not a matter of, like, when it comes to governance, it's government's preference. But I just think there's ways that we can reduce some duplication and redundancy as best as possible, that's all.
What we had dealt with before would save administration time and effort. But I get the sense that that doesn't matter too much for council. So either you decide to move forward with considering it or get it off the table.
Well, in fairness, Lane, you made the motion to accept it for information, so, and people approved it. And so it again, I was a little bit waiting for Arliss to say, yes, let's try ASB and we don't need the community members if that's what the others were saying. I gave my opinion and it was quite clear what I was thinking, but it's very hard, Arliss, for me to have you say, well, could we consider some other options? Like what would you like? And then council will contemplate it. Or committee of the whole.
I'll just propose some potential alternatives,
Okay,
I guess, moving forward. It is what it is for now.
okay. On our paper copy of our agenda, there's number 10, new and other business. Does anyone have new and other business?
This is where I'd like to see, like, how can we, I know we've done media communications on this and social media and everything else, the destruction we're seeing of donuts on our gravel roads right after it's been graded, huge parties on undeveloped lots, racing and all of these things that are going on. How can we engage maybe our community standards officers to maybe make patrols on Sundays in the evenings? Is there a way of communicating that with the town? How do we change the service level, or how does that happen?
I think we can make the request in advance and see how they can accommodate as a first step.
We have shared some of those concerns that have come in as part of our operations management interface, and so they have scheduled some evenings and some weekend shifts. So what we could do is just continue to share that message, and if there is a certain topic, which we've definitely addressed some of the donuts that are being, to use that term, donuts on gravel roads and ruining the surface of the roads. We have shared that, so that has become a priority that they are dealing with currently. We could continue to share that message.
Would we ever consider, like Bois or County of 40 Mile has, their own bylaw officer, just so that we can, like, it would seem to me if you have a bylaw officer, you'd want them to be working when the problems are happening, not like, let them take days off. Let's have them work in the evenings and on the weekends when all these problems are happening. People are in school and at work. All the craziness out on the MD Park, the Forks, it all happens on the weekends and the evenings. It doesn't happen in the daytime. And so, yeah, if we want to make a difference and actually change things, they need to be out there when the problems are happening. So if we had our own officer, we could determine that. But anyway, I think we would get more safety in our MD, the outer parts of our MD, by having one bylaw officer that we hired and told him where we wanted him to be, than we would get from all the policing that's done by the other police forces, just by having somebody out there where we know the problems are. And it would be in conjunction. Obviously, we have to have people that, investigate crime and homicide and all that stuff. But as far as the community actually being safer, it's by seeing an officer driving around out there when kids are out doing things that they shouldn't, and adults, doing things they aren't supposed to be doing.
I mean, we could explore expanding that capacity within the existing partnership, for sure. Like, to provide for that flexibility. It might cost, but so would the other option too, right?
I mean, this all kind of will lead to our big policing decision someday, right? Like, What do we want the whole thing to look like? And maybe we take a lot less of the cooperated help from the town and have one of our own people and maybe do the whole thing and get a lot more effective. Anyway, just from the County of 40 Miles perspective, they get a lot of effect out of having that one person out there when they know, and they know where he is. We can determine that. And when we have a problem area, we decide, no, we want you there every single Friday night, driving around and, maybe changing your time so people don't get onto your pattern. But anyway, we want a safe community, but we don't want to spend $1 million a year and not have the policing that we want.
And that might be the solution, is whatever the wherever we land from a policing model perspective too.
But don't we already have the flexibility to, I guess, we're paying for a service, can't we massage the service to be on the hours we recommend? Don't we have that capacity to be able to do that? Because if we don't, I'd really like to relook at the agreement.
No, you are right. We do have that option. So we do provide feedback. We say, like, here's some of the challenges we're seeing. Here's some of the requests that are being submitted to, through both our portal and the ones they receive directly into their main line. So as those come in, they navigate those. We provide feedback to them as well, and we have provided them feedback with regards to trying to navigate the municipality, the whole of the municipality, to make sure that there's presence and that was shared as one of the priorities. So we can definitely continue to share that. I would suggest that's something we have planned to do already, and if there are specific sites in addition to the ones that have already been brought to our attention, we would share those as well, and continue that communication loop that we've been providing. So,
because since we put out the social media and all the things we've done, all I've seen is an escalation in the damage to our roads. That's all I've witnessed, at least in my area.
I don't think the social media invoked it. It's just the time of year and the days are longer and yeah, it's. But I don't think it's because of our social media. I think it raises an awareness, and I think it was good how it's told people what to do or who to call.
I'll also share that we differentiate our MOU is for bylaw enforcement, and so we share those in partnership. We share those both with the RCMP and the Taber Police as part of the regional community standards, so that it does fall under the road, the road surface top and that type of traffic and driving, whether it be dangerous or destruction of infrastructure and such, does fall under the policing mandate as well. So there is both efforts are being put towards trying to look at trying to be out in the community to try to reduce that. So. Yeah, that's definitely one thing I've recognized in municipal government. Everything is cyclical, right? We had bylaw, then that wasn't working, so we went to community peace officers. That fell apart. People were really angry at us. Then we went to community standards, and so now it's just kind of coming around. So I do see that in municipal government.
So we used to have our own bylaw people.
Yeah. Yeah, and they did weights and measures and different things. And they didn't love working on the weekends either because they're just people. But I think, again, we can, for me, I've been watching the province to see when is it time to have the policing discussion, and we can't seem to get anywhere. I went to the Alberta Police Commissions, and the deputy minister was there who looks after potentially the Alberta Police in the form it's in right now, and he had no answers as to when it would be rolled out, and Coaldale has no answers for themselves either, and they've been signaled as as one of the pilots.
At the FCM, they had the police union, I guess. Anyway, they had a nice booth, but they represent the RCMP officers almost, I think, exclusively, right? Anyway, they had a lot of really good reasons why we should keep going with the RCMP, and they are good reasons. The RCMP is pretty amazing, the training and all that stuff. So it is interesting to hear all the different things, but for sure, in the outer regions of our MD, where they just don't have a lot of time to be, it has to be more of these community. We can't have homicide officers out driving around looking for donuts. So it does have to be a lower level. It's just how to manage that. Yeah.
And I know for me, I put in a service tracker for a resident that's on the far west side of our municipality because they felt like there was drag racing going by their place, and somebody went out there and gave a ticket to one of their members. because they were speeding. So it's like, I mean, it's not a bad thing. The person was speeding, but it's just. So. But I think, again, it demonstrates there's things we need to do and probably having a policing discussion or those kinds of things, but how much horsepower. Any other new or other business? Just a reminder, if you are on a committee and you can't go, just make sure you let that committee know or see if there's someone is a replacement, just because a couple people have mentioned to me, and I think it's, at minimum, we should just let them know if we're not available. And sometimes we can't, we're double booked, triple booked, and that is just life. We do our best, but if we let them know, they're not waiting for us. Okay, anything else in new and other business? Okay, we have one closed session item pursuant to section 1972 of the MGA, section 20 of the Access for Information Act, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, the irrigation project. Someone move to go into closed.
Motion to go into closed.
Thank you. Those in favor? All right,
I move we come out of closed.
thank you. 3:32. Those in favor? No motion coming out of closed.
Motion to
Final.
adjourn.
Okay.